I appreciate you all lurking over in YouTube. And the YouTube stream is now live. Hi, YouTube! Alright, chat, I'm so ready. I have been waiting all weekend for this. I've been watching other people play Timberborn, and all I want to do is play Timberborn. Chat! I started the YouTube stream! You're not allowed! Pay drink beer. Cody, thank you for the 64 months! Holy heck! Holy heck, I appreciate you, Cody. Thank you so much for the 64 months of support. Thanks for being such a lovely moderator. Thank you for being here. You are awesome. Refund. Hello, YouTube. Hi, Hoffa. You heard it in a YouTube video a while ago. You knew it from somewhere. Oh, my jingle? Which thing? It's nice to see you though, Cody. Thank you for such an epically long time of supporting the stream. 64 months is like 5 years and 4 months, which is incredible. Hi, YouTube. Come to Twitch and join the hype. Yeah, I said, for the record, no chaos. We're starting a YouTube stream. We gotta behave ourselves. And chat does not listen. Okay, so here's our little beaver village. We didn't really get very far. I watched other people play, and all their villages look so nice and so lovely, and mine is just a complete mess. It's a complete mess, completely disorganized. Look at these roads. Who built them like this? This is unacceptable. But here's the secret. I am trying to embrace the chaos. And what I mean by that is I do find city building games sometimes be very paralyzing. In the sense that the sun changes directions when you rotate the camera. Are we the sun? Casting the shade and down on our village? Completely distracted. What was I saying? I tend to get very overwhelmed in all the little details, and I can't. I'm like bottom up processing here. I can't see the bigger picture. I just want to micro build the whole thing, and it leads to very slow gameplay and very anxiety inducing gameplay. So I'm just trying to play the game. I'm just trying to play it, advance the state of my village without worrying about things going in the best spots or looking pretty. The next village, maybe we can make it look nicer. You have the same issue? Yeah. The perfectionism. Alright, we're going. We're on. You've done a few restarts. It's fun, but yeah, it can also be frustration. It is always good, you know, to start over, especially once you learn new concepts and kind of figure out what works for you. Hoffa's over on YouTube too. Hi, Hoffa. Thanks for being over in the YouTube chat. All the chats. All the chats. Thank you. Did I go with the Iron Teeth? No. So this is the folk tales. Because we haven't unlocked Iron Teeth yet. I did unlock Iron Teeth back when they first introduced them, but that was like 2022. And I haven't played since. Prior to my stream, last Thursday, I hadn't played this game in 3.5 years. So, for all intents and purposes, I'm like kind of a newbie to this game. I'm relearning the mechanics. I did put a bunch of time into this, like 50 or 60 hours, but it was very early access. And so there's a lot of new features and new content, new mechanics. So I'm just trying to piece together my old version, my old memory of the version of the game with the new version. And also, that's not a retroactive unlockable, I guess. I gotta re-unlock the Iron Teeth in this version of the game. So to do that, we need 14 well-being. And we can accomplish that by making sure our beavers get showers. I installed a shower down by the river so they can wet their fur. Yeah, I know, lock me in here, Solandre, I'm too loud or something. And also we can feed them better food, which we are working on. We are improving our nutrition from just carrots into the realm of grilled potatoes, and soon grilled chestnuts. And we've also improved their social life somewhat. We could use some contemplation spots. Whatever an agora is. Agoraphobia is fear of the outdoors, right? So is agora just being outside? Okay, I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. I pulled my tea bag out and put it in a tissue. Now I just have a hot, wet tissue. It's hot! What am I gonna do with it? I have a towel. Ugh. If my voice sounds kind of raspy and like almost thin today, it's because it is. My allergies have been trying to murder me. It's really dirty in the house for various reasons. There's just so much dust. My allergies have been non-flippin' stop. And it's always worse at night. And it's gotten to the point where I cannot sleep. So I have just taken tissues and rolled them up and shoved them up my nostrils like nose tampons. And been sleeping like that. I am not kidding. And what happens then is a bunch of mouth breathing. But then I wake up in the morning and my throat is killer. Hi, the site worked. Exhausted after a very fun extended weekend. Enjoy your lurk. In recovery. That sounds awesome. Well, I mean, not the being exhausted part, but the fun extended weekend sounds awesome. And hi, Not Slip. Hello. Ugh. Hot tea feels so good. Hot Wet Tissue, newest album from Murder Allergies. You know what, chat? I shared a song in Discord called Ember from one of my favorite bands, Dance Gavin Dance. And the lyrics at the very beginning are just, they're too funny. And now I can't read them to you. Because I won't remember. I can't say them from memory. I will not remember, but I can't even copy it in the chat because I'll trigger my own auto mod. Okay, I'm gonna read it to you with the help of my bleeping button. And keep in mind, this whole part is screamed. It's all screamed. It's not actually saying, but it basically goes like this. It kicked my if I felt so bad I look like crap, there's no life hack. It's pounding through my temples. It feels like every season my nose is plugged or leaking. Don't ask me out, I'm indoor. We sneeze in Sacramento. It's supposed to rhyme. Achoo, achoo, achoo. The pollen, you're so rude. The mucus I produce is more than just a nuisance, it's abuse. Achoo, achoo. The pills aren't working, dude. Goggle vision, life in prison. I'm impaired. I can't taste my food. Just like, yeah, I get that. That's how the whole beginning of the song goes. You wonder if your nostrils are big enough for real tampons. There are like smaller ones. You could probably get them up your nose. I've thought about doing that myself, but I found that just like if you take some tissues and fold them over, and then like roll them up, and then shove them up there, that works pretty well. And it just Like, my nose doesn't stop running, it just makes like a big booger wall. So at least I can sleep. Clearly, the musicians over at DGG have not discovered nose tampons yet. But I forgot about the cough drops. I said I was gonna get some cough drops to try and deal with my scratchy throat. The mouth breathing comes back to get me. You've done that just to sleep before. I've done that like 3 times this week. I did it last night. But last night, thankfully, it was only in one nostril. I think I do have some nasal spray somewhere. I don't know where. Okay, so what are we working on? I should have taken notes after the end of last stream. Because hold on. I'm unlocking my memories of Thursday. I said that we were about to crack into some new stuff, some new content. We kind of like just got past the early game setup and we were getting into more mid-game stuff and things. So I was saving it all up for today. And what I mean by that is a lot of stuff. We are getting to the point where we're generating enough research points to be able to unlock all these things. When I click on the bar down here and you see anything with a red circle next to it with like a tiny little image of a padlock, those are things... Oh, the drought's approaching. Those are things that we have to unlock via research. We have a drought approaching in 3 days. The vasoconstrictor, unless you blow all that crap out of your face, it reduces the swelling in your nose and sinuses. Again, I feel like I have some of it somewhere. Ads are starting soon. Again! Again! Didn't we just have an ad break? Didn't that just happen? We're actually out of food. What's my little beaver friend up here doing? They're a forester, looking for a forest. To forest. How much wood can a beaver chuck plant if a beaver chuck can't plant wood? How do I plant trees again? This button? What do I have here? Chestnut trees? Let's give you something to plant. I will put those trees here. Alright. Now that beaver has something to do. And once those chestnut trees grow and start producing chestnuts, then we can give them better food, right? Chestnuts. Real chestnuts. Someone's injured! I got a beaver bringing down the average well-being. Because they're injured, and I think we need to... Oh, beaver is injured! Alunja! Unemployed and injured. So many wet, hairy beavers, you know it. You know it. I don't really, like, okay. I think we just need to start unlocking things. Large water pump. It's a bigger pump than what we currently have. Costs 400 research. A bad water pump. A fluid dump. Okay, so if you all are kind of newer to Timberborn, or at least to this version of Timberborn like I am, there is this icky stuff called bad water. And it spawns out of the ruins of human civilization. We caused this, basically. And now the beavers have to deal with our icky mess. So there are multiple places on the map where it spawns. And I think there's even an event called Bad Tides that happen where these either overflow or there are other potential spawn points on the map where they spawn from. And it will flood the whole thing, or most of it, with bad water. And if your beavers come into contact with them, it will contaminate them and kill them. So you really don't want the bad water and your village to be mixing the streams, if you know what I'm saying. I'm looking for like these little spew points. I only know they exist because I watched other streams. I haven't actually seen them myself. It's like sewer dump points, basically. So I don't know if that's something we have to worry about on this map. Like, is this thing gonna start overflowing? And then, like, if you'll notice, we are on the same level, Z level here, as this layer right here, adjacent to the bad water. So if this were to flood, basically, it would flood our whole little village, and I don't know if that's something we have to worry about. Should I build barricades? I don't know. The prohibited Dr. Pepper. You can block it off, yeah. After never worked for me, but four-way did. Don't overuse it though, you can get addicted to that. Yeah, no spray, I've heard it's not just that. Like, there's a lot of potential reasons to be concerned over it. So basically what I'm saying is, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what we should be doing. I don't know if I should start over on a new map or just keep going. We are kind of limited in the amount of space that we can be using right now. Unless we were to found a new district. If we create a new district center and place it like over here somewhere, then we could also take advantage of this area, because you'll notice it's close to the water and there's lots of green fertile land here that we can take advantage of. But we kind of reached the end, sort of. We have a little bit more on the edges, I guess. We could go over here. An ad break. Hi, Weezer. You're so creative. That's what you called it. The big ditch. Okay, chat. I'm gonna get the cough drops while the ad break is happening, because apparently it's ad break time. Again, I'm gonna go grab the cough drops. My poor throat. Oh, right. I returned. This time with a handful of cough drops. So I dropped one. I cough dropped one. Works well when you have a huge river running through. Thanks, Alistair. Okay, I have decided that the first thing I would like to do is try to utilize this land here on the edge for growing more trees and possibly more crops. Because what I noticed is these are not enough potatoes. Now I know if they're fully grown. Do I need more farmers? I think we need more farmers. This is not enough food for all my beavers. Always living on the edge. We are though, right? Floodgate. I want a dam. Can I do that? Can they build that? Like this? I don't know. That was weird. I was looking at that! Oh wait, don't build a dam. Don't do that. Cancel. Here's the cancel button. The cancel button is this one. Demolish buildings, delete rubble, mark... Cancel. Cancel. Okay. My DPI got turned up again. You can build them there. They won't be very useful. Yeah, what I actually want are platforms. Double platforms, then single platforms, like that. We could just carve a path through the trees, but look at my trees. They've been growing for such a long time. I don't wanna... Who does the harvesting of the things? I think that's the forester again, right? That's the tapper's shack. Does the harvesting of the things. We are a beaver. I know, but I want to keep them here for their resources. Do I? I have them all marked for cutting. But I'm noticing nobody's cutting those trees down. Okay, yeah, so then we're gonna build some platforms through here. And then continue the path this way. And I don't know, I guess around the edge, because why not? And then I'm gonna put another... forester. This is too far because I forgot to build a path. There we go, now that's connected. And then we can put another forester in here. This is right out of the range. Although it might not be, once I build this platform. Wasn't there a drought on the way when we stopped playing last? I don't know, but there's a drought on the way now. Monoret is raving, spinning, and building. Oh, these cost planks. We do have planks. Is it just me, or does the game seem quiet today? That's pretty good. The Kiri fight, the Jess Go-Go, and the spin in the middle. That's pretty good. How come this beaver... Because my logs are full. Because my log pile is full. Because believe it or not, we have finally accumulated enough logs to fill up the lumber mill's demand. And fill the log stockpile in the middle of town, by the way. I feel like we should move that elsewhere. The log stockpile. Just not maybe have it right dead center in the middle of town. Are we automating the beavers yet? I am not automating a thing. Okay, so theoretically, when we finish building these two platforms, here, the range on this forester should be extended. You can kind of see that it ends here and doesn't connect through here. So I'm sort of thinking that once this path connects to this path properly, the range on this forester might exceed what is currently displayed. We'll find out any second. It did not. So we are going to build another forester. Probably right here, so that way the path can keep going. And now we can... Does the path, if I do this, does that extend the range of the forester? It does not. Okay, hold up on that. I guess we can just have... Okay, fine, just build it. Just build it. And what should we plant here instead? Should we plant more long growth trees, maybe? Like oak trees? I don't know. Just all the oak trees, chat. all the oak trees. Oh, that was too many. You ever think about how they made that 70s show with the same time gap today? It'd take place in 06. Whoa. No. That's kind of wild, though. Alright, we are gonna mark all of this for cutting. Also, I just realized I missed some YouTube chat. We've come so far that you've managed to divert bad water so it does not reach your village. Heck yeah, Hoffa. Sorry, I missed you over on YouTube. Okay, that should be all of those marked. But don't forget about these. Actually, we should just destroy these. Demolish building. Mark resources for... There we go, got it. That way I can put a path here. And then what I'm gonna do is just keep pathing. Just keep pathing. Just keep pathing. Keep on pathing. And then put a farmer. The path might be getting too far away from our district center, though. I'm hoping it won't, and if it does, we can try putting a staircase up here and taking the hypotenuse. Because that might work. It is getting yellowy over here. This might be about as far as the range goes. Somewhere over here. Move it further away. My forester, it's fine. I would like to use this area here for crops. I think we're gonna have plenty of trees growing. Maybe. Maybe plenty of trees. I do think we're gonna need another farmer. Over here. I have 8 unemployed beavers. How big is the farmer building? 2 by 3 or 4? I'm gonna just slap him right here. Can someone please destroy this pine so I can put a path here? Demolition priority maximum. It's kind of sad that if you destroy the berry bushes, you don't get the berries from the bush. It does sort of feel like if you destroy the resource, you should still get something from it, even if you destroy it. Alright. Efficient farmhouse. There it goes. It lives there now. I don't think we have to demolish this one. Uncancel the demolition before they get rid of it. Got it. Yay! Okay, the tree's gone. How's that path looking? It's looking pretty bad. That was all red. It's all red back there. I don't know when the end is met. I suppose we'll find out. Okay. This farmhouse lives here. Or, hear me out, better yet, delete that. We could build some stairs right here. And then put the farmhouse down here in this little nook. And then delete the paths. The question is, what do they do with all their resources once they haul it? No goods in stock. They can keep up to 50 of each resource here. And then we need haulers. And I don't have any stockpiles anywhere nearby. They're all the way over here. And they're not very small stockpiles. Next one you will build a house and stockpile and stuff where you don't have grass. Oh yeah, wait, maybe we should put the farmhouse up here. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I like that. You can do the same thing. I don't know why, I'm just like... F. I don't know why I didn't consider that as an option. I think because it was all gross and dead looking, that it doesn't feel like that's a proper option. And then we can put... It is $250 for a large warehouse. I'm gonna do it. It stores goods. Can I store more than one good in the large warehouse? Yeah, green area is valuable. Exactly. Like, I should probably also not have my paths there either. It doesn't specify whether I can store different goods there or not. Just in case we can't. I'm thinking we should maybe arrange this a bit differently. Better yet. There's no logs here. Alright, cancel everything. Just hear me out. Hear me out. This is me thinking ahead. We could actually put the warehouse. Right, their house. And then put the farmer on flippin' top. The warehouse is at their house. In fact, we could do that twice. But I'm not gonna do it twice. Something like this. And then the path wraps around to here. Whoa, that was this is weird. You see this like one plank right here. From the right angle, like this, it looks like these railings I just built come in front of the walkway. I was really confused until I tilted it like this. And saw that there's just one plank here that's a lighter color. From the right angle though, it looks like I made a dead-end path. Wow, crazy stuff, I know. This is literally next level. Next Z level! These are some very innovative strategies. I know. I feel like I might be too far away. So I'm gonna try this. Yeah, now it's all green because I made a loop-de-loop. Look at that. Instead of it being red and awful down here, now it's just orange. Now they theoretically have a quicker path to get to this build. Because my log storage, my plank storage is here. So this is a slightly shorter path. Slightly. Also, chat, the drought is here. Also, chat, this cough drop is doing wonders for my throat right now. The drought has arrived. I'm clicking around because sometimes the water has this kind of palish look to it. And then if you click on a certain spot, the water becomes really dark blue again. And I'm not 100% certain when it displays as one transparency versus the other. Right click. But it doesn't do it in the drought. It's definitely not working now. Cough drop working is GG for science. Yeah. Hi there, Comet! That's just a transparency thing for the water when building. I think you're right. But it's not doing it now. And is it because we're in a drought? It's gotta be due to drought. Because maybe the water just isn't as thick as it would be otherwise. So hopefully we can do this with this little bit of water that we have here. I haven't built floodgates, but I've built dams to use. So that will prevent an amount of water from draining out of our little lake here. Thing under where it says drought. Oh, there we go. You did it! So now we can see the water way more better. We've built damn good ones. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe we can put some floodgates in here. They're kind of expensive to build, but we can replace our dams with the floodgates. They have to click them all. Well, I had to figure out which one it was. I don't know what to store in this warehouse. Probably potatoes. I'm probably gonna put potatoes there. Alright, speed these beavers up. They're taking too long. Now everything else is showing. Oh, you're right, they are. Not sure how I managed to turn that off in the first place. Alright, potatoes are gonna go here. Ew, look at all this bad water contaminating my grass. It's spreading. The green is spreading. Now the green's unspreading. Is it gonna contaminate my tiles? Okay. So we need 25 logs to build this, and then we just patiently wait. Oh no, all the water's gone. I'm remembering why we didn't put crops there. I'm remembering now. So we probably want to put another floodgate over here, but that is definitely too far. We would have to branch out into districts. I remember the districts being a little bit complicated, but I also don't know if that was just a early access complicated and it would be better now type of thing, or what. But maybe what I should do is make a little water collection spot here. Honestly, it probably was just early access problems. Like we could build this out like that. There's a lot of materials though just to make a pond. It would definitely be easier just to come over here and build a floodgate. But we're still gonna get bad water contamination. And I don't really know how to deal with bad water. I haven't messed with it yet, not once. I assume we can't just plug it up. Like it's gonna have to keep flowing by, right? Otherwise, it will back up, overflow, and contaminate everything that we worked so hard to build. So, right, now I'm regretting buying the bigger warehouse because I kind of want to buy the district center. Maybe we don't need to buy that. Establishes a district with its own population's goods and an isolated path network. Employs builders. I'm kind of thinking that we could build another district over here and then use our beavers to put some floodgates in. Blocks water up to an adjustable height. There's also fill valves, a one-way outlet that regulates the downstream water level. I don't know how any of this works. Rawr. A throttling valve. A one-way water outlet with adjustable flow rate. Contamination barrier. Stops soil contamination from spreading. Must be built on the ground. No good selected. This is gonna be maple syrup, I guess. Are we automating the dams yet? I literally only have the old school dam. I don't even have floodgates. I want to get a path over here. I just don't know what the best way to do that would be. Like, should we just go through the forest here? Actually, let's not do maple. Let's do pine resin. Pine resin is not a thing that I store in a medium tank. Just maple syrup. I think it would maybe be best to go this way and then cut across. No. Like this. Because what I'm going to try to do... Ooh, if we put... back here, where the water has to pass through this little canyon, if we put a tall floodgate here... Well, actually, okay. We have to be really careful about that. If we put a tall floodgate here and built a tall wall right here, we could flood this whole section to make this all part of the water and flood this big pool and have a really big lake during the drought, and then all this area would turn green as a result. I think maybe the first step is to install a couple of, I think, levees? Kind of like I was discussing here. No, not a levee. A floodgate. Like right through here? Or even over here? Or even right here? How many would this be? 6? 6? 6. You're happy to report the stream is indeed helping. Way better mood now. I am so glad to hear it. Usually, the stream also helps me with my bad moods. Okay, nothing to do in range. Yeah. Just, take 0.5. 0.5 days. Enjoy your vacation. Okay. I'm gonna put it right here. That is a floodgate. Maybe I'll put it here like this. I think we also have to put in platforms to be able to reach it, maybe? I'm unsure. I can't walk across this, I don't think. I remember that from early access. Hi, Phelan! Beaver berries! There are some berries for our beavers. Can also oh yeah, that's right. They can just walk right in the water. Yeah, you're right. Unmark resources. Mark resources. Delete rubble. Demolish buildings. I really want this button to be cancel building designations. I forgot all about that. That's much more efficient. We're actually starting to run out of water. Getting pretty close. Good thing we're down to our last 0.1 days before the drought ends. So I guess we should start designating our potatoes. Don't forget to make the path right here. Dash for potato growing. I can't quite remember just how far out. We can go with this because the clean water is gonna meet bad water, and at some point there's a delineation between healthy soil and contaminated soil. And I don't quite remember where that is, but I want to say it was like around here somewhere. Like this. Oh my gosh, the game's been paused this whole time. I'm over here, like, this last 0.1 days is taking a really long time? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Yeah, the game was paused. Alright, here it comes! The drought ends. Cycle 5 begins. And then there was water! There she comes! The bringer of life! Ta-da! Yellow and brown season is over! Oh, look at that. We could actually clear this rubble, this blockage. And flood a bunch of water down this way. It will meet with the bad water at some point. Maybe. Immediately into a bad tide. I don't think we have to worry about a bad tide. We're not on easy mode, we're just on normal mode, so I'm not really sure how frequently we have to worry about bad tides. Or even what happens. I've never had a bad tide yet. Don't tell me, chat. I'm gonna figure it out. Alright. There it is. The water's back. The land is hydrated once again. Ew, look at all that achiness. It affects more the length of the droughts. Here it comes again. Look at the water going up. It's made it through the levee. It should push all this bad water away, which is contaminating our crops. Bad water is meeting from this side too. Okay, so yeah, there is a blockage here. We can clear this blockage and have nice, healthy green water run all the way down to about here. At which point it will merge with bad water. I don't know what happens then. Okay, so for planting, we got a bunch of potatoes designated. It looks like this is the edge. Kinda like creeping in and creeping out. So these little veiny streaks, that is where the bad water is contaminating the land. And it seems like it ebbs and flows here, so I don't really know. Maybe we'll just like go here. We have this whole section that we can also plant something. So for other foods that we need to get, sunflower seeds. Why don't we get sunflowers? Hello, very inky. How much timber has been born today? That's a good question. I feel like quite a bit. We're growing a lot of trees. Actively planting them as we speak. Oh no, wait. They won't go down here. Really? They won't. Oh no! Their whole range is so limited! I didn't see that one coming. I need a range extender. It doesn't matter how far they get, they won't go here at all. Look at their range. It cuts off right here. And also right here. I also wish I had some spiral stairs. Hi, Hidden Sage. I really didn't see that one coming. Okay, what if we place this here? Does that extend the range? It does. If I were to move the staircase here... For science! Would that also extend their willingness to come this way? Want an idea? Maybe. What kind of idea are we talking about? Look. It's happening. It's happening. I could have a farm be on the platforms on top of the water! What? That's pretty spicy. I don't know if I can handle that. I don't know that I can handle that, Alistair. My mind has been blown. Build me this staircase, will ya? And this one too. Look at my plants, they are dying because of all this bad water. So if I were to set this to, I don't know, like 1 meter, are we gonna flood everything? No. No, we do not. Maybe we just let the water go. Full force. Because then that might help our crops stay alive down here. Hi Ella, welcome back. I'm actually kind of surprised. Wet floor, flood a building. I apparently flooded some stuff. I sure did. How is this happening? How is this happening? I just let too much water through all at once. The throughput exceeded the space. Okay, this staircase right here did help. Now they will go plant down here. My potatoes. Okay. That does not increase the range the farmers are willing to go. Just drawing the path out. Okay, you know what? This is better than nothing. We are growing more food than we were before. They like being wet anyways. They do. It will be okay. My beavers, silver or brown fur? I think brown? Kinda taupe. Okay. I am not really sure how this whole district management thing works, but I am maybe going to try it. And I think to do this... wait. Wait. I can't just squeeze between this tree. Right here. The trees are, in fact, in the way. Okay. Right. Districts must be separated by a district crossing. Okay. A district crossing. It costs 600 science points, which I don't have. It's not gonna stop my beavers from going to build the thing, though. Someone's on their way. The silver ones are the mechanical ones. Yeah, these are not the iron teeth. So I'm thinking that we put a district over here. Maybe we fix all these stairs. Yeah, I remember... I remember setting up new districts being complicated. But we can't do it anyways without the district crossing. It is locked. Balances goods between two connected districts. Each side has workers who distribute goods between the crossing district and the rest of the district. Alright. So the reason I'm trying to build this here is because actually I'm unsure. I don't know that I want to build it there at all. I was sort of thinking that if we were to build a levee like right here, across the way, then I can figure out how to flood this whole section of the valley. I think first we have to build something in here. Maybe? But what I'm trying to do is get water into this pit. So I need to raise the water by 1 level. If I raise it by 1 level, we're gonna get flooding on this side. So I think we would still have to put something here after all. I don't know what we put here. I think would basically be like a triple floodgate, maybe? Or perhaps a double floodgate? Yeah, I think a double floodgate would do it. Have I considered kabooms? Yeah, but also I think it would be fun to try to raise the water level. I sort of thought that would happen if that's what this was for. Technically, you could have levees along your shores to raise the water level in the river without flooding everything. How would that work, though? I was kind of under the impression that if we were to like close these to 1 meter, shouldn't that water like back up? I sort of thought that it should, because the water is still flowing from the source, but it doesn't seem like it's doing that. It's not doing what I expected it to do. Or is it? Maybe it just hasn't gotten there yet. I think it's a matter of it just hasn't gotten there yet. Okay. Yes, that is doing what I expected it to do. It's flooding everything. Reach an average well-being of 10. Okay, look, it's doing it. It's doing it. It's doing it! It's not even flooding everything downriver yet. The water is just going past the floodgate. So now we're just filling up this pit. Building unstaffed. Yeah. You can just pause that. Building lacks goods. The grilled potatoes? Yeah. They'll be here soon. It's a lot of volume. Yeah, I see that. But, okay, we're filling in the pit. We all fell in the pit. How that song goes. But I'm thinking once it gets to like this height right here, I think it might spread water to this area back here. Maybe. Look at it go. Nothing else is flooding downriver, downstream. No flooding yet. Hey, Wyverns. I honestly, Hidden Sage, I didn't expect this to work. I did not expect this to work at all. It's getting to that point, though, where it's about to stop working. Because all this water has to go somewhere. And right now it's going in the pit. And once we can't put any more water in the pit, I think it's probably gonna start creeping this way. And this way. We're almost there. I mean, this is actually about as high as we can fill it anyways. It's just going to spill out as soon as I close these. Or open them, I should say. Maybe let's open it a little bit at a time. So as to avoid flooding everything again. Short term, that totally works. Well, it didn't actually do what I thought it would. Which was bring greenery this way. But yeah, it's alright. We're flooding. We're flooding things. What does it default to? Like 0.65? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, we have a lake. We have a lake! Why not testing flooding the valley? Well, I'm not prepared to flood the valley. But, tell you what. I'm gonna put some of these in. These are 2-tier floodgates, and then we can test flooding the valley. I'm gonna delete that. It's stressing me out. It's mere existence. And I cannot build this. This is too far from a district and cannot be reached. I'm trying to think how we can use this to our advantage. If I were to build these... When we flood this, it'll flood all the way over this way. And what I could do is build a wall, like a levee, right here. And then all that water is just gonna flood down this way. Is that because the road isn't finished? We can try it. It would be infinitely easier just to build a levee right here. Actually, maybe it would be better to build a levee through here. How expensive are they? Ooh, 12 logs? That's a lot of logs. That's a lot. That's a lot of logs. I say we do it. I say we do it. I say it, chat. This is too far. There are trees in the way. You're doing your part. Good. Good. Yeah, I'm just gonna build it through here. And we might maybe want to build another one over here. Or we can just see what happens. I'm kind of a fan of that strategy, just the see what happens strategy. I'm gonna open this up completely, so we don't accidentally cause a backup of water. It died. It died. The poor pine trees. No water. Alright, so a levee is gonna be something like this. But first I want to prioritize these. Before we get building here. Because that's a lot of wood. It's a lot. Well, a lot. These are really expensive. 20 logs, 10 planks each. Another ad break. It's been an hour. Already, it's been an hour. I don't understand. I'm just crushing all my cough drops. There's like 15 calories a cough drop. I'm already on my 4th one. No, wait, this is my... Yeah, my 4th one. That's like lunch right there. I'm really happy that we filled in this crater. I like seeing it there. The part of my brain that's like, yay! Water is very happy by this. That's probably lizard brain. Yeah, that's definitely lizard brain. That's lizard brain talking. Like, hey, look at all this fresh water reserve. We should live here. We won't die. Also, where you shouldn't live is the ad break. Or if you choose to do that, make sure you turn your volume down because they're coming in hot. Beaver brain. Not my lizard brain, it's my beaver brain. Guess I should maybe re-employ some beavers at their lumberjack flags. Because I have a feeling that this project is very demanding. But don't worry. Quackugoth and Katzine are doing good work cutting up lots of planks. We've got 171 planks in storage. How can I possibly have thirsty beavers when they're in the water right now? I guess we can figure this out when the drought comes, but I'm wondering how exactly we are supposed to regulate the passage of water. Buildings lack power. Yeah, why is that? I think we need to let more water through. Maybe 1.7 meters? That seems to be the trick. Alright, 2 double floodgates are up. I've got a lumberjack flag with nothing to do in range yet. But we'll pause that. I have 3 unemployed beavers. We're making sunflower! sunflowers! Well-being! It went up because sunflowers! Sunflower seeds! Sunflower seeds! Sunflower seeds! I'm gonna make another warehouse too. That's gonna be for sunflower seeds. 3 floodgates out of 5. Then we gotta build all these levees. Oh my. There are so many of them. Am I sure this is a good idea? No. But I'm doing it anyways. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 24. So we need 240... 264 logs. Ads are done for you already. Welcome back. Welcome back from the ad break. How are all my beavers hungry? How can you possibly be hungry and thirsty? Oh, my roasted chestnuts are in! My chestnut trees have grown. They've grown up. I'm not chopping these trees, right? Nope, they're still growing. Oh my gosh! They're popping up right before my very eyes! Floodgates and dams are basically let water through after the level upstream reaches a certain point. Valves are let water through until the water level downstream has reached a certain point. Their combination and some sensors can be very powerful. Yeah, I hear you. I understand, generally. But I don't know how to use that information for the greater beaver good. It's gonna kind of be a see to believe. I gotta see it to believe it. Seeing is believing. Oh my gosh, new well-being high score 12! I think we cracked into 12 and then it went back down. Definitely will need to be scienced. There it is. We're on the last one. Then we can start this project. Okay, so here's what I predict is going to happen. I have a couple hypotheses. Once we build these floodgates and build this levee, we are going to turn this up and stop the water from coming through here all the way. To flood this... Well, there's a way to lower my Z level. I forget what button it was. To flood this level right here. Not the gray stuff. The water will hit this levee and not flood my village, but it's either gonna fall into this bad waterbed and distribute itself downstream. That's probably what some of it will do. The rest of it's gonna just kind of like creep along this way and then flood everything this way. I'm not sure what its path of least resistance is gonna be. Hi, Collective Lexicon. Enjoy your lurk. So basically what I'm thinking is we might need some levees over here as well. And then the water's just gonna flood all of that. So I don't know. Basically what I'm saying is I am just going to build this and flood it and see what happens. Bad tides approaching. Yeah, I'm still doing the same plan. Same plan. The plan is the same. Maybe we should build these faster. We are gonna find out what a bad tide is. We sure are. I haven't experienced one of these before. Like, I wonder, do they come? Is it going to spew out from here? Even worse than it already is, or is there going to be a new source that I just haven't witnessed yet? Like maybe right here. Underground ruins? Maybe not. Perhaps not. I kind of peeked around to see if I could find anything, but I don't know. We'll find out in 2 days. There's no way they'll have this built in time. I'm in for a treat. I would prefer to think that my preparations have been sufficient. Like a good little beaver, my preparations have been sufficient. I don't like that they skipped these two. They probably can't reach it. Yes, they can't reach it. I also don't see any sources like in the lake where it could potentially come from. I really only have noticed these little spewy bad water sources. Right here and over here. So I guess we'll see what tricks are up its sleeve. My preparations are cromulent, even knowing nothing about it. Cromulent, a fake word. So are you saying my preparations are fake? Okay, and I hope we have enough water too. It's all fake, just like chat. Wow, you're calling Twitch chat fake? I'm not telling them you said that. Alright, 0.1 days! Since when have we been on 3x speed? That was absolutely an accident. 0.1 days, here it comes! The first bad tide is imminent. If I think fast enough, I should be fine, right? It should be fine. The bad tide has started. It's gonna last 1 day. Oh no, it's coming from my fresh water. Shut the gates. What happens then? Our preparations are not complete! The water is flooding. It's a flooding. It's happening right now. I'm gonna let this water out. Ew, look at it all. Ah! Urgency! Is there a way to adjust my urgency more faster? All of these at the same time? This button, assign priorities? High. Okay, fine. No, I'm thinking we should have done the ones at the beginning first, up here, and then done the ones at the back. I don't see how that's gonna help. It isn't gonna help. It's about to just all come this way. Okay. Beavers! Beavers, watch out! It's coming! I'm trying to stop the spread of pure bathwater from approaching above. It's not working. It's here. My way to close the water in was what I was doing right here. I chose to just let it go down the river instead. In hopes that that would do exactly this. It would stop the water from flooding the valley. It looks like it did meet up into this little estuary thing, and it's draining there. Bad tide cycle ended. Wow. Good job, beavers. We did it. Dings! I know, I got 2 dings. Survive your first bad tide, and survive 5 cycles on 1 map. You're protective again! You fell into a hard lurk. We just survived our first bad tide. It was close. It was real close. The whole village nearly flooded. It was a close call. Looks a bit stinky. Yeah, do you think that this is poo water or something else? Bad tides. Check. Your settlement has weathered its first bad tide. Like droughts, they're part of the seasonal cycle. Future bad tides won't be as forgiving, so stay sharp. You didn't think it would come this far this way. Yeah, well, it sure did. I'm glad that you were able to be productive, though. That's awesome. Just like my beavers. What are you gonna do with all this water right here? I guess we just wait for it to evaporate. Or, I got it, we should probably lower the floodgates enough so for the water to drain on that level. I got it. Hopefully without flooding everything. It flooded. Still not productive on the thing that was the goal today, but you're looking at it now. Awesome. Awesome. We could have more flooding. Yeah, that was an accident. I flooded everything. But it's alright. It's alright. Blocked by bad water. Beavers unwell times 8. Starving. Dehydrated. And contaminated. Alright. No longer starving. It shouldn't be thirsty either. Ooh! It's fixed! We fixed it! It's fixed. Now we have a big pit of bad water here. That does not look good for beaver survival. Hi, rabbits! Nice to see you! You have got to find time to play this game. Yeah, you should! Fixed. It's totally fixed. Beavers unwell. Times 8. It's fine for now, but we'll get sick in a few days. Okay, well, what are your solutions? Take a shower? Wash it off? Surviving this with just 8 contaminated beavers is pretty good. That's because I'm a pro gamer. A pro gamer. If only I could use my pro gamer skills to fix my dang allergies, because I'm over here. I feel like I'm sounding and feeling like I have a cold, and I know I don't. It's just allergies. My nose is so stuffy. My throat hurts from my allergies. Celentre brought me food and a protein shake. Thank you, Celentre. There's stuff coming out of my nose. Hold on, chat. Blowing my nose literally did not help. My nose is just stopped up. It's just completely stopped up. We have ice and snow on the ground this morning and still no pollen stuff. We also have ice and snow on the ground. Celentre brought me spaghetti with a little bit of Parmesan on it. It's made with gluten-free pasta. It's chickpea pasta. A little bowl of spaghetti. You got a winter break. We did a little bit. I don't think that this is due to spring. Smallest bowl of pasta. That might be all that's left. It was summer yesterday. It wasn't here? I mean, it kind of was. The day started off really warm, and as it progressed, got colder and colder. There wasn't much left over. We went hard on the pasta last night. I was so hungry. Sundry's like, finish the pasta sauce, Jess. Finish the turkey. Finish the pasta sauce. I'm like, all right. I just was eating out of the pan, just like directly with the spoon. Like, this is so good. I love this pasta. I love it. I love this pasta so much. Forget about the actual pasta. I'm here for the sauce. You had 80s weather 2 days ago and 20s last night. Yeah, that's bonkers. And in my case, also, hi Revavir, I hope you're doing really well. Besides wild temperature fluctuations. We just moved apartments, which means everything is flooding. It's really dirty, you know, like there's dirt and dust everywhere. And it's just non-stop. It's non-stop, which is why it's a bit annoying that my vacuum broke yesterday. I mean, it has a couple of attachments. One of the attachments is more for like cleaning the carpets and stuff, and that's the one that broke. Do I want to borrow your carpet shampooer? I don't actually know that we need to. I'm not even sure if we can carpet these shampoos. These are the ones that you can put in the washing machine. The problem with this particular rug is that it's too big to put in the washing machine. It's a chonker. It doesn't fit in the wash. So I'm not sure if you can use a carpet shampooer on those, but I would like to say yes. Yeah, cleaning the carpets was a necessity, for sure. It also brought me this. It's a protein shake, but it's made with cashew milk, a pea and mung bean protein blend, cocoa, cane sugar, cocoa extract, natural flavors, salt, and monk fruit. It is pretty good. You only have anecdotal evidence, the best kind, but you think fall spring followed by a surprise freeze leads to the worst allergies as the trees all panic. Maybe. I don't know. You have carpet washing spots at the lakeshore. Only in the summer. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, check it out! My levee's almost built. This is one of those projects where I feel like if the Beaver Council got to vote on this, they would have rejected my project because it was way too resource intensive. But beavers, what I tell you is this is for science. This is for science, beavers. And in fact, I'm just realizing that we could probably build a levee through here, like right across this. And that will probably accomplish the same goal. Because all the extra water will maybe go this way. Maybe. 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 But first I'm just gonna flood the valley and see what happens. Like I said, I have a few hypotheses. Either the water is gonna flood this way, it's gonna hit my levee and then bounce across this way. Some of it is going to fall into this little river of bad water and pop back out here. The rest of it's just gonna keep on going, and it's just a matter of where it would go. I would expect it to kind of go this way because I think that's the path of least resistance. But it might not. So knowing that we're probably gonna flood things, I'm gonna try it. I'm just gonna try stuff. They could drive their Chevy to the levee and eat some apple pie. A friend bought a pallet of those with banana chocolate straight from the dairy farm. Yeah, this place is actually, it is a previously dairy manufacturer. By dairy manufacturer, I think I mean dairy farm. Like they used to keep cows and make milk. I believe that's called a dairy farm. Anyways, they used to do dairy farming here in New York, and they pivoted at some point, I don't know when, into plant-based milks. So now instead of dairy farming, they make a bunch of really interesting solutions for plant-based milk. All kinds of different stuff, like hazelnut milk, pistachio milk, oat milk, some combinations of the above. They also make like coffee creamers, just flavored milk things in general. They have like a lot of holiday, like eggnog for instance. And this I think is brand new, like a brand new thing that they do, which is make protein shakes with plant-based protein, which is pretty cool. But it's a dairy farm, not a dairy ranch. Oh my gosh, it's almost built. It's almost built! Really gonna walk... Okay, that smells really good. I'm like... I have enough nostril pathways open to be able to smell this, and my stomach is responding. Okay, chat, we did it. The levee's built. So you know what that means, right? I need to let enough water through. I don't really know how this works. I want to flood the things behind it, but I also want to let enough water through that we still get water passing through here. I don't want the water to become stagnant because then the water wheel stops turning. But it might be slow going. At 105 is too tall. 1 meter exactly. It's time for science. Okay, 0.95 meters. We are sciencing. Yeah, I should probably look at flow valves. I mean, it's working. It's gonna be slow going, but I'm gonna turn off my camera and eat this food because I am very hungry all of a sudden. I'm not really sure what to do about contaminated beavers. There's not really like a first aid tab. Well-being, maybe? I'm gonna get this contemplation spot while I'm looking at it. A medical bed? It heals injuries. The antidote herbalist. Oh. It requires paper plus dandelions plus berries. Oh no. I can't get paper in time. Alright, it is flooding. We're still letting enough of the liquid downstream to keep the water wheels turning, but we're also flooding the valley. Very slowly. I think now that the water equalized upstream, we can up this to 1 meter and keep the water flowing. And this should maybe keep progressing. I'm not really sure. This is pure science. I'm also just accepting the likelihood of beaver death. It's not working. Go, water, go! Get it, it's like a square. It's just, oh, ah! It's working! I like seeing the congealed square water edges. It's going! It's happening! It's gonna leave a paper trail, the herbalist. Which one of these is sunflowers? That one. This isn't working super great. My cliffside farm. But here comes the water! Slowly but surely. Uh-oh. Now I only have 7 contaminated beavers. At least, the beaver who died of old age and not due to contamination. Alright, it's working. It is working! It's working! And I asked the Queen of Hearts for advice. It's like an Alice in Wonderland reference? I want this pasta again for dinner tonight. If Cilantro is listening, we should make this again. This is delicious. God, it's working. It's working. We have to buy some sauce. Well, I need some steps. You know? We can march our way to the store, buy some more sauce. It's working! Look! I'm gonna put a farm over there. And I'm happy to report that we still have a good throughput downstream. It's working! Some of my berries died. From contamination. Oh no. I guess we're gonna have to delete them. Okay, this is going much slower than I expected, but check it out. Check it out, they're flooding this little estuary. I don't think that this is gonna solve the problem. I think we're still gonna have some water that goes this way. I just don't know where that water is gonna go from here. It could just keep moving diagonally, but I don't expect it to. I think it's probably gonna go this way. Like right past my farm. Or maybe... maybe it's just gonna keep on flowing through here. Wow! Wow! Look at that! If I had built it one tile closer, the levee, we probably could have almost had this entire section be green. That is awesome. Yeah, all the extra water is not going down the plains any longer. It's met this estuary to go in that way. So let me raise the double floodgate one more time. And now we just gotta wait for that. Whoa. Whoa. I'm under the world. The sky looks really pretty under the world. Nice sunset. And now we just wait for the volume of water to catch up. Building unstaffed times 4. This is... I mean, so I did have a hypothesis that this is what would happen, but I didn't think that this is actually what would happen. Hi, yes, Alicia. Proof that the world is flat. Yes, indeed. How's it going today? Who put this tree here? Okay, here's what I've decided to do. Since this is working so well, I don't trust it's not the flood, though. Basically, I think it would be a bad idea to just assume that this is gonna work. So I'm gonna build a levee across here. Nope, I take it back. That won't work. That's not gonna work. Because if we ever did have enough water to flood into this, it's just gonna overflow the riverbed and then just keep going. So this is not the right solution. That's not the right solution. This pasta's so good. How long has the game been paused? I was wondering why nothing was happening. In fact, this keeps happening to me. Alright, maybe we build a levee across here. I think that's probably the most effective way. However, I don't know that my beavers can reach this. Is there not a mark for deletion button on this page? Is that possible? Ugh, if only my nose wouldn't. If only it just wouldn't do this. Okay. So, what do we think, chat? Do we just leave it? Do we just leave it like this? Okay. Let's see. If we did do a one-way outlet that regulates downstream water level. What does the water do if we put the floodgate all the way up? Yeah, I guess that's probably what we need to do, right? Let's just close this sucker and see what happens. Full force water. So it's completely backing up now. And the water's gotta go somewhere. And in fact, it is. It's going this way! Actually, it's probably going a little bit this way first. But we can see it right here. It's being rerouted. What if it just doesn't? Speed it up. I don't know how I keep pausing the game and turning down the play speed. But I can see here. The water level is starting to increase. Things are flooding. Is it really just... No, there it goes. There it goes. It's happening! Doesn't look enough to overcome the river. I think what it's doing is it's entering this estuary. But there's so much more liquid that this is going to overflow soon. I think it's going to overflow. I mean, it might be okay. Now we just have a whole pool of bad water here? Is that what we're looking at? And it's mixing in enough fresh water to actually green up the land. Okay, yeah, I don't think we have to worry about blocking anything down here from the flow. I think it is just reaching up with this stream. And not quite flooding it. It's getting close, but not quite. Okay, that was a neat little test. So let's lower these. .3 meters is enough to get this water through here. And hopefully not flood everything. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna build another farmer. I guess this one can work here. What haven't we grown yet? Wheat? No wheat? And take out this path too. So how about, you see these dead trees that aren't getting any water? What if we were to demo them and put another farmhouse there? The wheat's coming in! It's happening! Oh no, my plants! What's going on here? The water through! Yay! Water! It's working. It's working. So you know what I think I might do? Just for consistency's sake, I think I will still put a levee here. Even though I know I don't think that we need it. I don't think we're gonna need it. We kind of already proved that the water won't flow through here. It just meets this little outlet, this estuary, whatever you want to call it, this river, and that's where the water diverts to. Down into the lake. But this just makes me feel better. Because this feels a little bit loosey-goosey. Okay, this protein shake is really good. But it's kind of thick. And it gets in my teeth and it just feels weird. The trees did come back to life. Okay, this farmhouse can actually deal with the entire plateau. And a little bit up top, too. That seems like the better plan. Put a farmhouse here. Because then we can deal with all of this through here. I think it was this. And a little bit more past this tree. The tree's in the way. I would like to cut it, please. Cut trees, please. This one. Did I mark it for cutting? This one? I'm trying to cut a tree! Oh, there's a button. Then turn this lumberjack flag back on. Cool! We only have 5 contaminated beavers left. They've all died of old age and not of contamination, which makes me feel much better. Alright, I've also finished my protein shake, which is good. It's like thick and goopy. It's getting in my teeth, and I feel like if I were to smile right now, I'd have brown teeth. It would be less punishing if they died. Yeah, to old age. You know, I'm changing my mind. I'm thinking about what you mentioned earlier, Alistair. Also, hi chat, I'm back. I was thinking about what you were saying earlier. What if I were to build my farmhouse over here? Like this. I think it's 4 wide, right? No, it's 3. Would that still be able to reach? It can't reach all the way over. But it does reach this entire plateau. And also we need to make a path. They don't work while contaminated. So what you're saying is we're better off with them dying. They're better off being dead. They're dead to me. Yes. It would be less strain on resources. Good to know. I really don't think we need this. This is also a strain on resources. Again, we've pretty much confirmed, I think, that the water won't flow through here. But what I'm concerned about is whatever I'm not taking into account in this plan. And it'll happen. There's something out there that I'm not considering. No one's contingency plan is, don't worry, it won't flood. It just won't do it, right? That's never anyone's contingency plan. These plains right here who are partially flooded, well, don't worry, they won't flood anymore. That's not how that goes. A high tide season where water flow from all sources increases. That would be kind of cool. I agree. We've got some baby beavers, 3 of them. We also need more beds, so maybe it's time to think about increasing our beaver capacity. Or flash floods. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I'm talking about here. I just don't trust this. And for those of you who are audio only, I have flooded some plains behind the village, and there's a little river running through the plains, and most all actually of the excess water, rather than continuing to flood the plains, is being diverted into the river. And it's looking really icky. It's really, really icky. Drought followed by heavy rain for flash floods. And I ended up building a levee. Just because it makes me feel better. In reality, if there was enough water here to hit the levee, what it's gonna do is flood the riverbed and then just overcome it anyways. But I like this. We at least have the first part of the emergency backup plan. If we ever need to implement the emergency backup plan. I'm also wondering if we could there's another pathway here that the water can take. If we were to clear this rubble, we could reroute the bad water and then free up this riverbed for clean water. Although then the bad water would just reconnect at the bottom here. A monsoon season with negative evaporation. What is negative evaporation? Okay, they built the platforms and they're starting to work on the farmhouse now. I don't have any beavers that can work in it though. I have these beavers over here doing who knows what. They're all working on the carrot farm. Cough drop time. The carrots are my biggest field right now. Also, with all this finagling we've been doing, we've actually flooded this whole entire lake with bad water. Like, we're not getting enough water throughput in order to stave off all the bad water. Something we could do to fix that maybe would be somehow to try and stop the bad water from running towards the village. But there's so much of it, I don't really know how we would handle that. Unless if we did what I was originally talking about, which is taking... I'm not sure what, but taking some sort of barrier and literally building it around here, like this. Just to stop the bad water from encroaching upon my crop area. But that being said, we've sort of spread out into new potential areas where I think we're gonna have better luck with crop farming. We could grow... We could have an aquatic farmhouse. Must be partially submerged in water. That I don't think will work. A water channel near the shore. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. The levees are so expensive though. I guess we do have tons of logs. But maybe we could do it. But look how much bad water's in here. Which is why I was thinking we could kind of start over here and maybe try and somewhat separate. I mean, maybe that's the better idea. Drought's approaching. Like, what if we did this? And took a levee and, like, built it here. Like that. The idea being the bad water doesn't spread northwards towards the village. Or at least northwards by this position. I'm gonna science it. I will science it for all of us because I want to know. It doesn't have to go all the way from the start. Yeah, I hear you on that. I know what you're saying about like making a freshwater channel. But I also want to know what happens if we do this. What I expect to happen is the water will pour out and continue to do what it's doing, but it just won't... It'll, like, shift this way slightly. But I gotta test it. My hope is that this will help clean the water, at least in the short term. There is a drought coming. There'll be a drought incoming, which is really unfortunate because I just planted all this stuff. All of my beavers are dying of old age. My irradiated, polluted beavers are dying of old age rather than dying of illness. Hi, Roll. How goes the colony today? It's going all right. We survived our first bad tide incident, and that was cool. I only ended up with 8 contaminated beavers, and all of them have died of old age rather than illness. That's nice, I guess. Freshwater channel, I thought I meant YouTube or streamer for a second. Yeah, you know, the freshwater channel. How are you doing today, Roll? I appreciate you stopping in. Have you been playing a lot of Timberborn? Surviving the first bad tide hype. It is pretty hype, but look at all this icky water down here. Is it working? Is it working? Oh, chat, we have an ad break starting in 1 minute again! Again. The ads, just like the bad tides, don't stop coming. No, I think it might be working. But, you know, this is okay. I'm okay with the drought, except for the part where we're not going to have any water. So, hold on a second. What's my priority here? I think my priority is to keep this water here. We already have the water downstream that my dams will provide to my beavers for the time being. And if we keep this floodgate up, we keep this area flooded. Look, there goes all that fresh water. We don't keep this area flooded for very long. Ah! Idea! Light bulb! I don't want to build that there. Massively high priority. The highest possible priority. I don't think they'll build that though, unless I path over. And then they can't get down there, right? They build that first one? Can they reach this? Oh, there's that ad break. Oh, too late. Too late. Never mind. Middling priority. Brain blast. Look, so my thought is we can clear this water out. This is gonna be higher priority now. And while we got some time, let's see if we can do it over here too. I'm not so sure that my beavers can reach this side. Yeah, it's all red. Too far. But here's my other thought. On this side, we can build out like that and sort of work towards getting the channel. They are not on the same parallel? Like, they're parallel to each other, but not on the same grid line? Not sure what you would call that. You've been juggling Factorio, Timberborn, Stardew, and random indie releases. Wow, impressive. It is too far. You might have officially reached the point where they won't go. ads are over for you. You got a short ad break today, Ella. Okay, I didn't think that I wanted to put floodgates in, but I have changed my mind. And the reason for that is the drought season. The drought season just made me... If we should have put floodgates up, we could have kept all of this filled with water. Instead, all my crops have died. They've all died. We'll pause that farmhouse. I do want to build another one right in here, but I also am going to pause that one once it gets built. I think we can probably pause this one. And redirect some workers for the time being. This isn't connected. Oh, the entryway's on the second floor. For some reason, I thought it was on the first floor. My dog. I'm actually very appreciative that her bark does not come through on stream anymore. with the way that this house is laid out. She's so loud. Both of your ad breaks were short. Yay! Yay indeed! 2 contaminated beavers left. How much food to go around? Still got some taters, carrots, and some berries. Alright, one floodgate is built. I should have seen this coming for drought season, but you live and you learn and build more floodgates. Actually, I did not need to build this other set of stairs. There's just rubble they can't reach. Okay. I'll tell you what, we'll just like shoot a little path across here for when the day comes where I want to cross this river. There it is. And yeah, from me here, we can keep working on this. They are in fact building this side too. And then you live and you learn and you build a higher floodgate. Probably should have built a higher floodgate. Because it's the wrong height, dang it. It should have been too high. You know, to match the levee. To match that dang levee. Oh no. How much did it cost me to make that? A lot. Alright. Tear it down. Put in a different one. Yeah, we get some back. If anyone would bother to get down there and get it. I assume they have to be able to reach this? It disintegrates. The one that's strapped on here, not too worried about it. It's just a log. But yeah, I've got 8 planks and 16 logs. Alright, well, hopefully that works. What are the beavers up to? Building my levees, as requested. I'm getting pretty adventurous with levees today. I didn't even progress the rest of the game, like I said I was going to. We've accumulated nearly 700 science, though, so why don't we start doing the things? I know that there is paper. Paper mill. Log plus time equals paper. We can do that. Printing press. To get the healer, should probably prepare for the healer. The healer was under well-being. Paper plus dandelions plus berries equals antidotes. Alright, so priority, paper. We can kind of sort that out here. It does require 80 beaver power, and I can just plug it right in. Put it this way. What if I were to plug it in here? It's really bugging me how I don't want to say ugly things are, but it's just very spaghetti. I'm trying to embrace the spaghetti, chat. We are learning. We're just trying stuff. Beautiful builds are for the future colonies, right? But it's hard. It's hard to just accept chaos. The drought has ended, but I'm not ready for the drought to be over. Not prepared. Yeah, too much water. We were talking about that earlier. It'd be really interesting if you had a high tide season or something. For exactly this reason, trying to deal with water flooding you from other sources. Alright, there it goes. Hopefully the wheat didn't die. It died. Oh no. Chat, it's happening. Wow, good thing we built a levee. It's good. It's fine. Well prepared. Yeah, I think the levee might have saved us there. It saved us. Air quotes. I think we would have been alright either way. Hi there, Ordy. Why is there brown water? This is bad water. It's a new-ish mechanic in Timberborn. It was added a few years ago, but it is a source of unclean, contaminated water that you have to contend with. In addition to, you know, the normal things. Yeah, do you think they were able to reach that pile of rubble down there? They were not. We'll see what happens. Not the end of the world. 2 contaminated beavers left. Building unstaffed. Okay, that shouldn't be for long. The paper factory's going in. And I guess we're gonna need a place to store everything, aren't we? I don't know that we do. They'll be able to access it from the shore once the platform is built. Well, they can access this one. They actually are not. I'll try to save it, I guess. They're picking it up. Here's the thing with the floodgate. I need to let this through. Okay. So I would like to take it back. It's a very good thing we built the levee. I'm not sure why the water is so vigorously flooding the plains this time around, but it's vigorously flooding the plains. For one, I'm glad we put the levee here. Right, in the meantime, look at this nice place here that I can put a farm. Complete all of that. We can farm this whole area in. What are we gonna grow? Potatoes? Sunflowers? How many sunflowers do we need? I don't know. How about we just grow everything? Let's mark these trees right here for cutting. Is the other floodgate up? They are synchronized. You know what? Maybe it's the floodgate that's causing it to flood the valley. I was a smidge concerned that if I did this, the bad water would bleed into our clean water. That being said, this does seem to be effective. Whoops, too much. Too much. It's flooding. I was just trying to do just a tick. Too much. 0.9. 0.9 is the sweet spot. Hi there, Mayor Emmy and Raiders. Hello. Hi, Tilted Gaming. Mayor Emmy, nice to see you. Welcome in. Hi there, Soda Coda. Mayor Emmy Raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hi. Welcome. It's nice to see you. How's it going? My arm hurts from waving so much. How was Vintage Story? How was Vintage Story? Thank you so much for raiding on in. I'm trying to drop you a follow here, and I keep opening. I keep clicking the wrong. I keep clicking the banner and opening the stream instead of the follow button. Thank you, Alistair, for giving Mayor Emmy a shout out. Thank you for coming over to say hello. We are playing Timberborn. What were you getting up to today in Vintage Story? I'm not gonna lie to you all, chat. Vintage Story is on my list of games to play one day. Vintage Story was fun, expanding the homestead with friends and multiplayer. You love Timberborn. This is such an adorable game. Yeah, we are back in Timberborn for the second time since 1.0 dropped. We played it a little bit last week, and we're back in it this week. And I'm really excited about it. I really, really love how well this game developed over the years. We are actually doing that right now. We have been experimenting with some terrain modifications, basically. Using levees. We haven't gotten dynamite or anything yet, but levees and floodgates and dams, we are flooding the plains. This before was just a dry patch of nothingness, and now it's a lake, and that is making it so we can grow more things across the map. I do really appreciate you all coming over. If you don't know Mayor Emmy, I think the heart at the top of chat is gone, but you can still click on Mayor Emmy's name and drop a follow, playing some Vintage Story with friends. One day, maybe we're gonna play that game. Maybe one day. I'm like intimidated by the sheer size of Vintage Story. But thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. We're probably going to be playing Timberborn for the foreseeable future, because I am very into it. Right now we have a few projects going. We are trying to expand the availability of green soil. If you haven't seen Timberborn before, You are basically living as a colony of beavers in a, I guess, post-apocalyptic world after humans are dead and gone, and humans have caused this. Humans have caused this, just the sheer destruction of the planet, and the only places that are habitable are near the freshwater sources. So we have brown, stinky poop water from the ruins that we have to contend with, and then nice, natural, non-stinky poop water that the beavers enjoy. And we are trying to master our environment. And I don't really know what that entails, so we're just trying stuff. We're just trying stuff currently. Right now I'm just seeing what happens if we just build levees across this big lake to try and stop this bad water from contaminating my fresh water, so that way I can have a little embankment here of fresh water so we can grow crops and things, because my crops are being killed by the poop water. It's so fun learning. Yeah, I don't know when the next time I'm gonna have time to devote to it. There was kind of like a dry period for games somewhat recently, but they come and they go, so maybe the next one will be the one. The in-game guide for Vintage Story is pretty good. I did see that. The in-game guide is pretty top tier. Everyone agreed it's called poo water now. Has everyone agreed to that? It just seems about right. Yeah, we have to let a bit more water through on this end because we're not getting enough throughput downstream to be able to operate the water wheel. Look at it. It's not turning. Realistically though, it's probably not poo water. Because if humans are extinct, unless there was enough poo water to have the never-ending streams of poo water contamination, like there's got to be an end in sight, right? To the amount of poop that could possibly be sticking around epics later. You're ready for the releases to calm down for a minute. It felt like November rush just never ended this year. Yeah, right? It's just been one game after another after another. Really thankful for the levee that we built here. When I said I don't think we need it, but just in case I'm gonna build it. I'm very glad that I did. Oh yeah, I just remembered. We are gonna put a staircase down here because we can also use this water source to do spader dock. Is it spatter or spader? Spader dock. Aquatic farming. Need to unlock it? You need to unlock an aquatic farmhouse. An aquatic farmhouse. Alright. And does it have to go in the water? Does it float? Building is flooded. Oh, there are trees in the way. Wait, let's do the same trick. How big was it? 3x2? I think so. Okay, change of plans. Aquatic farmhouse. We'll build it here on these platforms. That way we don't build it on our precious green land. And then make a little platform, some stairs down into the water, and then connect it via a path. There. And then we have all this land here that's within farm range. I have a farmhouse selected here, and you can see the blue outline of everywhere that farmhouse can reach. So this whole platform and a little bit down here we can actually be farming on. Should we grow? I feel like I have too many plants now. Spatterdock. And cattails. I don't know. Kinda just do this. I feel like I have more of one plant than the other. I mean, I definitely do. I'm just like kind of worried how close we are to contaminated water, which is the one that we need more of. I have the option for grilled spatterdock, so I guess that one. That was this one? Spatterdock. More. Maybe they're underground humans that are just constantly pooping. It's your city's skylines industry nearby dumping all the waste. No! Or Skyline's infinite power by poop dams. Where we would use dams to pump poo into a poop volcano to run through the dams to pump the poo. Oh, city skylines. Okay. So we definitely need more storage warehouses. One thing that I'm not a huge fan of is that I can't store multiple things in one warehouse. Like, we have to have different warehouses for different things, I think. I'm not positive about that. Okay, so that's connected. That one's connected. Then this one back here, give it like a platform and a staircase. This one needs a platform and a staircase. This is definitely turning into some serious spaghetti. But I'm here for it. So now I've given them a bunch of jobs. We just hang out, see what happens. And Mayor Emmy, once again, thank you so much for raiding over. You probably already have done the raid and run, but please feel free to raid and run for self-care. I greatly appreciate you for coming over. Thank you everybody from Mayor Emmy's chat. It's always nice seeing you. My doggo's name is Emmy. So it makes me happy to see Mayor Emmy in chat. By the way, the thing is working. It's working. Check it out. The levee is pushing the poo water down. Just gotta go a little further. Pooverter. It's not working on this side yet. There's too much that's backflowing up in here. Oh, I forgot to turn the farmhouse back on. It's fine. It's fine. Should I maybe build some water storage further away? I don't know. Mayhaps. There's a bunch right here by these water pumps. Maybe we should build a few more. Took a lot of work though. Turn this lumberjack back on to cut these two trees down so I can finish expanding the sunflower patch. Sunflower farm. We don't quite reach this corner. You're telling me you can't just push past arbitrary boundaries and plant this last tile for me? So rude. Alright, the water wheel is turning. We are waiting on gears. No available workers in this district. That's not what you want to hear. But we built more houses. We have 9 free beds, which will hopefully turn into 9 baby beavers. We could also try to get a triple lodge unlocked. The triple lodge! I think we had some recreation that might fill that space. I think I just got a contemplation spot. Oh yeah. How are we gonna get all the way up to the top of this thing? I'm gonna need a triple platform. Alright, followed by double platform. It's an awkward spot for a contemplation spot. We won't contemplate the details. Oh no. Hang on a second, that doesn't work either. How much for the spiral stairs? $350? I can't afford them. I really want some spiral stairs. Okay, never mind. Take this down. I think we do want to put this over here like that. We're gonna have to do the stairs like that. Ugh, that doesn't work either. What the heck? Why did the stairs take up so much more room than I'm anticipating? There! Do I regret building like this? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay, they have a bunch of building jobs. Like a bunch. I'm gonna pause this grill to reassign this worker. This person making potatoes. This beaver making potatoes is still making potatoes. Researchers are researching. We've got haulers. I'm gonna reassign some haulers. I need builders to do the thing. Also, pause some of these lumberjack flags. Yes. Take the tree. Beavers are people in this situation. Are they, though? I think they're just perhaps beavers. Meaning that they're more better than we are, right? Beavers are better than people. The drought is approaching. Again, the drought is approaching. We just gotta be on point this time. To stop. To close the floodgates. Before the water all drains out. Once the bad water stops spewing out of here and passes by, we close this floodgate. And then I think we raise these floodgates slightly. Maybe. People are more like a civilization. The beaver peoples? Where are the builders at? Where do they put them? That's the forester. Efficient farmhouse. Didn't I make a beaver building post? I could have sworn I did. I think there might be a way to check my buildings. Workplaces. I don't think I did build a builder. That's why everything's taking so long to get built. A builder's hut. I never unlocked it. How about we put it right? Right. I don't know where to put it. Put it on the tippy top of some buildings, but we still have to be able to get up there. Then put it down here. And prioritize that. Build the builder's hut with the utmost priority so we can make more builders. The aquatic farmhouse is almost built. Alright, the drought is coming. It's been almost 6 hours? I am shocked, I tell you. Alright, builders. Let's pause this lumberjack flag as well. Become a builder instead, I think, maybe. Getting late. It is getting late. 6 o'clock. There's a drought coming, y'all. There's no time. There's no time. What should we put here? Wheat. Wheat. And then maybe this one we can put... Oh my gosh, we can make flour. Do I really have to make a warehouse for each one of these resources? Because that's tedious. That is so tedious. Spader dock and cattails. Picked a pretty awkward spot for pine resin. Okay, and a couple more warehouses that I didn't need to figure out how we're gonna get them to. The drought has started. Turn it down! And pause the game. Yeah, so we let the bad water drain. We let that drain out. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we just close this. It should stay in the riverbed, right? Nope. It's expanding. Let it out. Close these. Going backwards? Why is it going backwards and not out? Get out of here! Okay, there it goes. It's draining. I need some automation! I need some automation. Oh, I didn't close this fast enough. Okay. The problem if you can call it that, is that we cannot drain the bad water river thingy without also draining the water. Are we automating the beavers? I don't know. We gotta figure out how to do it all manually. Do it correct manually before we can automate the things. Yeah, rip. Okay. So this is slightly problematic. What if... Ways that we could avoid this happening. Some automation. But we could also wall this in over here. We could try walling it in. I think in the meantime, let's just work on this. Not entirely sure that's my biggest problem. That's what I'm saying. What's the longest drought I've survived? Like 4 or 5 days. The last one. The last one that we had. I was sort of depending on all that water to not go away, though. But since it has... that means I have some extra water here that I can use to not flood everything. I said to not flood everything. Ah! Okay, we also really need to replace these dams with floodgates. We really gotta... That's priority next cycle. Oh, my plants are dying. Died from not being submerged. Oh no. My plants have died. Roof. I mean, just spooked me again. Got jump scared by that dang dog. Once again. Wait a second, that won't work. Gotta delete it. Demolish building. Okay, how about that? Kind of circuitous. Can't build. How do I remove the path? No, I don't want to... Wait, hold on. How do I just delete the path? Put a path. Oh, right here? Got it. And then put... Yeah, there we go. I do the same thing over here. As for what we're gonna store here, I was thinking we could store... What's in the bottom? Pine resin. What's below that? Wheat. Completely disorganized. Chaotic mess. Then here we can do cattail flower. I don't have these things yet, but I'm prepared to have them. Hey, Kurokano! The paths are annoying to click sometimes. It seems about that way, huh? I'm gonna build some stuff up here. Like perhaps a grist mill or two. Actually put them on top of the warehouses. Tree. The tree. How's it going, Kodakano? It is nice to see you. Ugh, why is my chair so uncomfortable? I haven't calibrated my office for standing yet. And what I mean by that is I'd have to sort out my green screen. I don't know if my green screen is the right height. Or if my camera is cropped correctly. A good way around it is to start deleting the path somewhere nearby with nothing you delete by accident. Can't always use it, but works when you can. Yeah, I can see that being useful. And then a bakery. We put a few bakeries up here. One turns... We can make bread out of wheat flour. Out of cattail flour, we can make cattail crackers, I think. And then out of wheat flour and maple syrup, we can make mapley baked goods. Though that requires not one, not two, but 3 bakeries. What I find even more annoying than that, though, are all these trees that are just in the way. You're good, just cook something vaguely new and exciting, reflecting in your food coma. What did you make? Ooh, the levees got built. Okay, first thing, next season, I am going to tear these down and replace them. Actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to build adjacent to them because I just realized as I was saying that we cannot actually walk on floodgates. We have to build adjacent to a walkable pathway. Look, I asked the lumberjack to get rid of them right now. It's happening. I kind of thought that you could just build over them. I keep thinking that you can just build over them. Look, there they go. They're in. That's the builders I asked. Oh, you're right. You're right. I don't think I have any lumberjacks that can reach all the way over here. We can try. We'll see if anyone goes to do it. Guess we have to unpause it, don't we? Okay, it's working. Probably gonna have to put a couple more flags in. We're definitely gonna have to put a couple flags in. That should be able to reach here, and I'll just put another one here. So this one, delete it. Yeah, they're free, so we may as well, right? It isn't connected by any paths. Are you sure? You're right. You're right. It's not. Okay. That should do it. Alright, only 0.9 days left on the drought, which is good because we are getting a bit low on the water. A proper Thai satay chicken, coconut milk, red curry paste, tamarind, oyster, and fish sauce, and a bunch of toasted and mortar and pestled stuff. Whoa, sounds like you got real fancy. Sounds pretty awesome. That sounds great. Alright, I am not sure how much further they are going to be willing to pursue this project. Somewhere around here we need to start adding floodgates. But this should hopefully be enough to keep... We might have wanted to extend this out a bit further, in retrospect. But I'm hoping that... the drought ends! Okay, wait, hold on. Turn that down. I think 1.3 is the correct height here. It was very nice, but only 10% more tasty than the non-authentic version, so you think you screwed up. It can be really hard to do... like, to nail a cuisine that you're not familiar with. Do you think my crops are gonna be contaminated? Perhaps I should not plant them there. No, I think once the water comes back and starts mixing with this water, then the contamination will subside a bit. Here comes the greenery. Yeah, and I think this clears the contamination. It sure does. Bring back the crops! Okay, not a priority, but I kind of do want to put a levee there. Wah! Oh man! The whole thing is filled with bad water now. So lame. This seems less than good. Well... once the water level rises enough to get over my dam... any day now. It should clear this up slightly. It's taking a really long time. Theoretically, though, this is working. And we need to kind of get this next section built. How many floodgates do we need to deal with all this water? Probably not that many, right? Where's the ideal spot for a floodgate? Yeah, probably 5 or 6. There's really still not enough water in here? Depends on how much we like backups. I don't know, I tend to like backups. Especially when the backup is in my water. Alright, there it goes. That might be enough. Actually, I don't think it will be. I think that this is inversely proportional. So my floodgate is at 0.1 meters, and we have, I don't know, like 0.1 meters of difference here. So I think this one needs to be 0 for this to be going over the dam. There it goes. Yeah, I just realized that I have flags over here for like no reason. Nothing to do in range? Good job. Good job, beavers. Good job, beavers. I think we probably want to grow some more potatoes. I'm noticing we have a bit of a potato shortage. We have lots of chestnuts, we have lots of wheat. Need logs? Oh, we're missing gears. The building needs power to operate. Turn on the power. Woo, it's working! Look! It's working kind of, sort of. I'm trying to build an underground spa thing. The water is meandering. Ads are starting soon. Again! I think once we get these floodgates in, I'm gonna replace these dams with platforms. We're gonna be waiting until the water wheel decides to turn. The floodgate just creates a basin that has to first fill and delay stuff, but ultimately it's the same total water flow. Yeah. We've got an issue upstream. We're not getting enough water. What I find interesting is that this is not always behaving the same from cycle to cycle. Like, this was filled the brim last time. I'm letting all my clear water escape on the other side. Yeah, we're working on that incrementally. That's not what I meant. I'm trying to pack up the water slightly. Yeah, there we go. 0.85 meters is the sweet spot right there. Yeah, good point. Good point. Okay, so if we work on that then. Guess I kind of... Nah, I don't need that here. I can just put a platform. Right? Like this. This is a strange bit of engineering we got going on here. Strange bit of engineering. But you're right, this is restricting our flow on the other side because it's coming through here first. But I do need to be able to have some go through, but not much. There, beavers, they're doing their best. Hi, Jordy! You never considered flooding half the map to turn it into water farms. I don't know that it's the right choice. And we didn't flood half the map, we flooded a section of it. Why do we need some through? I don't know. Bad water? To let the bad water through when we have bad water season. So I think even like 2 or 3 floodgates should do it. 1, 2, we could put them right here. Oh. Yeah, I'm just realizing that they can just walk down here and build it. I'm trying to make sure they have a path, but... I mean, this should do it, right? As long as we make them a path. Was it intentional to build it with dams? No. No, it was not. Can I select more than one at a time? Thanks for noticing that, because I would have been really annoyed. Upon realization, I would have been really annoyed by that. Ooh, look at that! This is completed. Okay, so... I think we have to destroy a path to be able to destroy the dam. And then... the water! Ad break time again! Mega high priority. On these platforms. Along with building them and trying to get the rubble out from underneath them. Don't let the magic smoke escape. Hey, look, at least the water wheel's turning again. At least the water's turning. Check it out. It's looking pretty good if I do say so myself. Is there really no way to multi-select to be able to delete in bulk? I find it surprising that that's the case. Like, shouldn't that have made it through QA? The delete tool, I guess. But still even just, I can't multi-select things. There is. Delete tool, click and drag. What about the paths that are on top of it? You have to delete the path first. And from what I tried doing that Like, there's no delete path. You can delete tool the paths, but what if you don't want to delete the building underneath it? Oh, I see. You just have to hover over the thing. It seems to me like there should be a delete tool for the paths. I actually think that paths should have their own category. Paths and structures should be paths and structures, like 2 separate categories. And then paths should have a build path, delete path option. Bad tide approaching! Ah! Panic! Lower the floodgates! It would also be nice if you didn't have to click into the menu. Like, I feel like you should just be able to shift click. Like, shift click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then delete. Rather than having to click into the delete tool. Figure out which one's the right button, because I'll be quite honest, I have to stare at this every time and be like, which one's the one I want? I also think unmarked resources for demolition looks like the cancel deletion button. Or, I was saying it earlier, it looks like... Oh, no, cancel building designation. You know how you can, like, hit the trash can to demolish a building that you are currently working on? I keep thinking that's the button to do that. Cancel building designation. I don't know what I keep thinking that is, but... I'm, like, constantly confused. Every time. I have these same problems in... early access too. I probably should have left feedback, but I sort of figured that other people would report having the same problems and do that for me, and that's my fault. I should have left feedback. Hi Putin Scoot! Nice to see you. How are my beavers? They are apparently dying of dehydration. I don't know how that happened. I look away for 1 second and suddenly there's no water or something. How did this possibly happen? Yeah, they're dehydrated. Hi, Bitfighter. Okay, well, this is partially on me. Because I have had a large water pump this whole time. I just haven't built it. I just didn't do it. I have a couple of, like, not so good spots to be able to build this. Shift R? How is that different than... Oh, it's counterclockwise. Or a large water pump. What does that one look like? Oh, that's a bad water pump, not a large water pump. This is a large... don't mind me, chat. I'm just gonna put this here. Doesn't really fit here. Why are they so slow? Is it because they're all dehydrated? Just drink the water you're literally standing in. This is something else too. If they're dehydrated and they're in the water, why doesn't that hydrate them? Instead, they have to pump the water and drink it out of a cup. They can't just open their mouths. Hello, Rubber Ducky. Hi, Manpack. You regularly take large slurps whenever you go swimming. Yeah, this is like my dog Kuma. When he's in the snow, he regularly just opens his mouth and just runs through the snow. Like a little snow shovel. Just scoops up all the water. And it has caused problems before. Like Giardia. He's given himself Giardia a couple of times. We might die. Because very suddenly we have no water. I don't know how that happened. I'm going to guess our water production outstripped... or our beaver population outstripped our water production. That's probably what happened. Likes Giardia or Lepto. Or Lepto. Yeah, he's had to go to the vet a few times. From giving himself Giardia. From scooping infected snow right into his snout. You have the same thing. If you are, yeah, they're thirsty and swimming in the water. Why are they still thirsty? Just drink the water. Just drink the water, bros. You went to the store and got some American cheese slices. You know people hate on it, but you like the subtler cheddar taste with the floppy texture. And you fold it over into a stack of cheese, like biting into modeling clay, and you can't say you never wanted to bite some modeling clay. I mean, I liked American cheese when I was younger, but now I'm a cheese snob. And there are cheeses out there with far superior texture to American cheese forever and always. It doesn't see color as well, so we can't avoid the yellow snow. I catch him trying to swipe bites of snow all the time, and I have to look at him and be like, "Don't eat that snow, Kuma." And he's like, "Who, me? I'm not doing anything." Who, me? What? Little old me? In your hometown, you have a dog-friendly beach, and you should see what the seawater does to a dog's guts. Yeah. Yeah, my dogs are so silly. So, Kuma hates water. Hates it. But loves snow. He just doesn't comprehend that snow is actually water. In his mind, snow is something like an entirely different element to water entirely. He consumes water to survive, and that's it. Like, if you try to... He won't walk in puddles. If you try to get him to, like, go in the bathroom, like, he won't go in the bathroom. Because that's where the water is. He won't go out in the rain unless you force him. I've taken him to the beach before, and it's, like, the worst thing ever. For him. He just... It's, like, actually torture. Like, why are you doing this to me? Even just the sight of all this water is just an atrocity, Mom. Emmy's on the, like, complete flip side of this, though. She loves the water. She loves it. She loves it. And so I've taken her to the beach before, and she just... I have to keep her on the leash, because I don't know that she would come back. She'd just jump in and swim away. And... But I've had to stop her from drinking the icky water before. I'm not sure that she would come back, you know? Not because I think that she wants to run away and escape. I think it's just because she is so high-strung. Her brain is something else. I don't know. She just doesn't... She's not allowed to be off leash when she's outside, like, no matter what, unless it's an enclosed park or something, because she just gets bursts of energy. Either she gets the happy zoomies, or she gets the I'm afraid of everything zoomies. And she just runs in a direction. And that direction is away. And she's gotten lost before. Not me, but my mom was watching her once. And she, even though I said don't let that dog off leash. She's not trained to be off leash. She will get lost. Apparently my mom did not believe me. And let that dog off leash and she got lost. Because she just started to run straight and didn't stop running. And my mom said that she, like, searched and searched and searched and searched until she finally found her. And then didn't tell me that happened. Didn't want to tell me that I was right and lost my dog. Don't worry, she found her. She told me about it like a year later. Like, by the way, I almost lost your dog. Because you were right. She freaks out and just runs in a direction until she gets lost. But I think if she had free reign, like at the beach or something, she would drink all the water and get very sick. I'm really concerned for my beavers right now. Nobody has died of dehydration. I think we're just... Why are we not building this thing? Oh my gosh, it requires treated planks. Why didn't anyone say anything? We don't have any treated planks. Could we have treated planks? It's wood plus pine resin. There's not enough science. Alright, pause that. Alright, in the meantime, just pump more water. Just more of these. I am aware of the intensity of the spaghetti. I know. I have other problems, though. And those other problems are that the bad tide is starting in 0.3 days. And we have no water whatsoever. We have 6. And 61 beavers. She likes freedom! You've been trying to get your parents' dog to do that. Even when she's had enough water, she still wants to do it. Velveeta can stop pretending to be cheese. Snow is a tasty treat. It's dry water. I don't know if he almost drowned once. I don't know. He didn't used to be so afraid of the water until this one time that he had a double bath. And that was totally my bad, okay? Like he's never been a fan. Ever since he was a puppy, he's very averse to the water. But he would tolerate it. And then there was one time I gave him a bath and it was nice and sunny outside, so I was just like, yeah, okay, like he wanted to go outside after his bath, and I figured he can go sit in the sun and dry out. No big deal. That dude went outside and just dove into the dirt and just started rolling, like fully fresh from the bath, wet dog, just started rolling in mulch and dirt and got so dirty. This dog has never been dirtier in his life. Head to tail, covered in mud and mulch and just sloppy dog. So he had to take a second bath. He had to. And for whatever reason, the whole double bath thing was exceptionally traumatizing. And ever since then, it was like the top 10 anime betrayals. The bad tides are here, and we still didn't fill up the water. All right. So I'm gonna close the floodgates. We're closing them. We're closing them. Whatever water we got is the water we got. The rest of it's gonna go this way. Close the floodgates. Now let's see what happens. I think we are moderately more prepared. Rolling. They can't smell when it's time to get in the car and leave, though. Poor puppers. I dressed him in the equivalent scent of a high-vis vest, so he went outside so he could smell like outside. Oh, so he's also very silly because he hates getting wet. He hates the water, but he loves the towel game, which is my moniker for whenever he comes inside from being rained on or snowed on, or even if when he goes and takes a bath, you just take a towel and you hold it up, and he's just like, yes, and you fluff him with it. You fluff him all over, and for whatever reason, that's the best thing ever. But anything that comes before it is the worst, unless it's snow. It's really like strange in my dog's brain. I don't really understand. I don't really understand some of these connections that he draws. Like, water is the worst, but water leads to towel game. And the towel game's the best. It's also like how he loves going for walks. Loves it. Best thing ever. But he knows he has to put his harness on before we go. He has a really weak trachea, so he's exceptionally prone to like a collapsed trachea, basically, and we can't put leashes around his collar, so he has to wear his harness every time, and it's a whole thing. Each and every time, it is a thing. I had to chase him around the house to try to put the harness on him. He hates having it put on, but it's like it's step one to going for the walk every single time. Just every single time, he hopes the outcome is going to be different. We get to go for a walk without the harness. Might want to consider getting my beavers out of that poop water soon. I don't really know how to restrict their movement. It is coming, though. I guess we would do this, huh? There's no mass pause button either, is there? If I could have my way with this UI, I would make some changes. Lowest priority is a mass pause? Yeah, I guess that could work. Construction lacks materials. What do you mean? Planks? We're out of planks? Because we've had no power. That's why stuff's not getting done. Get out of there, beavers! Hurry! Hurry! You had a petite mix that needed a harness because he'd hurt himself. That's Emmy. Emmy also has to wear a harness because she's the same way. She will hurt herself. You remember trying to put a harness on your mom's dog when she was young? It was so hard. Was it just constantly having to chase doggo around house? Is it just the harness he dislikes, or does he react the same way to like a sweater? Yeah, I mean, he's like kind of just a goof. And the world must be an interesting place in Mr. Kuma's eyes. He's kind of just a goofball. That and she wouldn't stay put. Oh, doggos. Okay, so fortunately with this infrastructure, we don't have a ton of water, but we have some. We've got some water. And 4 water pumps now. So I think we are just staving off dehydration. And the bad tide is almost done. So I think what we do is we let this subside. And then we need to open these floodgates enough. Yay! Cycle 9 begins! We need to open this enough to get planks. Because we are completely out of planks. That kind of snuck up on me. Push all this ick water out of here. Away it goes. Into my lake! Okay, priorities. Make planks. I don't know that we can... Oh heck, is that gonna flood everything? Super regret. Super regret this decision. I have made a mistake. Okay, we just gotta let it go. We just gotta let this happen. But I don't want too much bad water to go through. Basically I don't want to flood everything. But yeah, it's happening. The bad tide is coming through. Don't drink that. We just gotta flush it out. Am I deleting water every time that I lower this? Don't drink it, don't breathe it. Stop pumping it. This building is blocked by bad water. Okay, good. Alright, that's about it. The way is clear, almost. Almost clear. Will it blend? I don't know. It was 20 degrees this morning a couple of hours ago. A warm front moved in, now it's 65. Well, I suppose it could be worse. We're all still paused. Alright, get those built out of the logs that we do have. Get all... You know what? I'm gonna cancel this building. We get some materials back. Oh my goodness, let this out. That's why it wasn't passing. My bad. My bad, beavers, my bad. Alright, and get those planks planking. Network power supply, my demand is 300 horsepower. Okay, so pause the paper mill. Pause the gear workshop. Because now my demand is only 100. We should be able to increase the productivity on the plank makers. Which is good. We need planks. We need those planks. We should probably finish building this first. It is almost done. And then once we build that, this is working. This side of the equation is working. This is not, because there is no fresh water here to push this out. Is the levee just... It's just logs. Might be getting too far away to be able to build this. I hope not. You think it managed to break up a chunk of cinder block? Dude put things in a blender. I mean, that sounds somewhat familiar. Do Timberborn crops follow the same mechanics as Minecraft, where they have to be within 7 tiles of a water tile? Yeah, it needs to be adjacent to a hydrated tile, and I'm not sure the distance on that. But if you use this, it's 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 tiles? From water? Depends on the amount of water. I would believe that. Yeah, I would totally believe that. Okay. Get those built. Then we need 15 planks and storage for that. Oh, we have 21! Oh, we finished building the path. Okay, never mind. Build everything. My beavers are about to be dehydrated again! Sweet. Productivity. Guess we're gonna need another water wheel. And I'm just realizing that we can just build that. I can have more than one water wheel. What? A power wheel? Oh, that's like a hamster wheel. We've almost got it! And once we stop diverting our water through here, hungry and thirsty, why though? Is it because you're walking so much? Once we start doing this, we gotta be careful. One tile left. Do 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 do. One tile left. Someone just needs to bring me 2 logs. And then someone's gotta build it. And then we should stop losing all of our water to the bad tide. But also we might flood. Like, that's going up pretty rapidly, right? Am I imagining that? Might be imagining that. The water's playing a trick on the eyes. There's industries that use it, also power production. The bad water. Okay, that was too high. Sorry. The water's back. Sorry. Alright, so now they should be working on this side. I'm working on my little freshwater reservoir. I don't know, that's starting to get very red. Hoover Dam over here. I'm doing my best. It's working. It's working. They have 21 beavers who need a job. Then go back to work, my beavers. I've paused a lot of jobs. We're up to 78 planks already. Back to paper milling. So we also need this thing, but I need 800 science. Yeah, the big reservoir is going to need an outlet, I know. I'm going to do it over here. There's also bad water in this side of it. I don't know how to get rid of it. You could have a water dam that stores enough to continue producing water throughout a drought. Or maybe even a bad water dam. Actually, maybe there isn't any bad water in here. I think it's just the ground is polluted that makes it look like it. Alright, but now we should have this whole section more or less permanently filled with water. And we are now producing the horsepower required, or beaver power required, to run these buildings. Yay! It is happening! What are we gonna do during a bad tide where the farm is? Lower these. Lower that. I left 3 floodgates there to drain it out. I probably should have put it at the end, but you know. What? Another bad tide! Need some batteries. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that a gristmill? Building needs power to be operated. No, I should have paid attention to that detail before I built this here. Okay. Gonna live over here instead. Yeah, up here. Whenever they build that. Do we want to lose the farms every bad tide? I mean, ideally no. But it's gotta go somewhere. The question is, do we let it pass through here? Or do we let it pass through here? I feel like this is the lesser of the two evils. Especially because we're already working on this little reservoir. What's our plan? Well, right now my plan is this. That's my point. Especially because half the farm doesn't work anyway. Because the only reason why this was working was because we had fresh water diluting the contamination. I don't know what my plan is otherwise. Silly. Silly Billy. I think in order to deal with that problem, we might have to make a dreaded other. Other. This building isn't connected to a path. Why not? I forgot to build a path right here. District. Other district was the end of that sentence. Such a mess. Okay, let's try again on the gristmill thing. Vertical power shaft. I think we want to do this. Why is it like that? Oh, because it's connecting to the buildings in all these locations. Okay. Another bad tide! Experienced 2 bad tides in a row was that achievement. Alright, well, close the floodgate. Lower this one. Why district when we can zipline? Beaver goes zoom much. Wow! You know what? I forgot that you can do that. Yeah, just let all that out. Ah, I messed up. I messed up. I messed up real bad. Oh no! I forgot to close the other floodgate. Where's that automation when you need it? You gotta close this floodgate first. Like that. And then close this floodgate. That's all we got. That's it. That's it. Make the most of it, little beavers. Do what you can. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. We got to not make so many mistakes. Did it all for the beavers. You agree that mistakes were made? I saw it the instant it happened, just like, no. No, I've made a critical mistake in my calculations. Okay, that last power shaft. No, stop it! Stop building more of them. I can't delete the one on the bottom, can I? Without deleting everything before it? One needs to be... structure, and then vertical power shaft. Why does the vertical power shaft not face upwards? I mean, I guess it kind of does. But why is the log horizontal? Shouldn't it be vertical? Okay. We work on that. Learning is happening. So, like I was saying, this is my plan for dealing with the bad tides right now. It's not ideal. At all. Is bad tide down here? Ooh, it is! Bad water! Very hard and soon to be tragic lessons. No, we'll be okay. We'll be alright. We will be alright. Hi, the narrator. If we lose the farms each time, says Livy. Yeah, I mean, speaking of, we probably need to change the way the crops are planted. Like, we might want to put the cattails over here. Bit of a walk, I guess. Yeah, but it'd be nice not to lose all of this. Everything is dead. Everything. All dead. The whole kit and caboodle. We ran out of water. They sucked it all up. Alright, I'm just building a shortcut because they have to walk quite a bit in order to get to this location. So this should be, I think, 5 floodgates. I'll put them here. Bad tide ended. That was fast. Please bring the water back. Okay, thanks. Bye. You make your games harder by making mega projects that you don't get done in time. You make your games harder by being terrible at them. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that sentiment. Currently 2.5 in-game weeks into dynamiting, rewalling, and reflooring. Like 10,000 bits of dynamite. Sounds like a blasting good time. Okay, here's where I think we lower the floodgates and lower the floodgates. And we have to purge this bad water. I don't really know what else to do. I guess we could wait for it to drain out the other side, but that seems inefficient. As long as they don't walk in it, it should be pretty quick. Hard to tell at night. As long as no one decides to go walking in it. Are they gonna be unable to reach this? Can't get all the required materials. Why was there a lapse in the water? Yeah, I'm also realizing I should have put a path through here. Now it's connected. They can take a loop-de-loop there. Is it almost purged? I don't know. I don't know about that. Seems to me like it's still blocked. Alright, this side looks good, maybe? Maybe? Hard to tell with the day-night cycles. TBH. Look at this pit of bad water. That is not what I agreed to when I flooded this thing. I don't know what the contingency plan is. Especially because now it's all draining and going into... No. Bad, bad water. The other way. Should I let it drain? I don't know. It's gonna dilute eventually. It's almost done. Yeah, this one for now. It might just be contaminated over here until it gets cleared out. It looks like it's slowly. Alright, hold on. This is for science. This is for science, chat. Gotta let this water pass through too. Alright. And now this should all clear out, right? Right? Or is it going back? The day-night cycles make it really hard. Can I turn that off? I just want it to be permanently daytime. I don't know that you can turn off day-night cycles. Why should it clear out? I don't know. Because why not? I think it's just getting worse. Hey, where's this water coming from? Thought I closed this. Is this still bad water? It is, isn't it? This is too far. I have 1.1 science points and I might spend them all on spiral stairs. So that I can build this here. How does this work? Can I not stack them? Oh, I have to do it like this? Moderately disappointing. You gotta do 2 by 2 basically. Is this not right? Are they able to reach this now? I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna work. I think the water is clearing out. Somewhat. I think we might have a permanent reservoir. And now the only switch that we really need to flip is this one. I'm flooding it. I'm flooding it for funsies. Yes, there it goes. Get out of here, bad water. Be gone. Piano music. So now we just wait for this to become blue water, yeah? And then I can lower this to a point. Actually, we could just leave it like this. This is working. Yeah, this is working. I might make it like a 0.95, maybe 0.9. I think it's... how much bad water was over here? It's still draining. I'm not sure if this is just an artifact of reflected bad water on my clean water, or if this water that's draining out is actually bad water. Hi, Ben! Back from lunch. Hello! Hello, Ben! Hello! I think it might just be an artifact. Okay, so then... lower this by 0.5. And that's that, right? Now we have all this nice, clean water here. And farmers who can't reach my fields. I'm gonna have to employ even more stinky farmers to be able to reach this other side. My efficient farmhouse is not very efficient. I still can't reach down there. I have to put them here. To be... ah! Or like right... You put them in the water. Let's put them in the water. In the water, in the water, in the water, chat, in the water. Where in the water? I don't know. Here. Here in the water is perfect. It's a really long way. So I'm gonna put some water storage over here for these poor beavers. Those are probably the ones who are dehydrated. Hi, Bahundum! Thanks for checking in. How's it going? Enjoy your lurk. This burger shack near you does happy hour every day. $8 burgers, $2 fries, and $1 sodas. Good lunch. Yeah, that's a good price. That is indeed a good price. What am I gonna do with all of these crops? We're gonna be overflowing with crops. Positively overflowing with crops. Is that a bad thing? I don't know. And this we're gonna make cattail flour, and this we're gonna make wheat flour, and then on the other stinking side, yeah, annoyingly, my flour storage is over here. So I'm thinking we shouldn't store that here. Oh! We should have built these on top of the warehouse. What about my bakery? My bakeries can be stored on top of a warehouse. So let's put... across the way. That's where the flour will go. And then... baker... Another bad tide! Bro, chill. Chill with your bad self. Alright, what's the plan of action here? The bad tide is approaching. Keep an eye on it. Okay, no, we have a minute. We have a while before we have to worry about it. Warehouse 1. Which one's making cattails? Okay, this one cattail flower. This one, wheat flower. And then we need some stairs. Do, 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 do. Probably should have reversed those. Okay, this one. Wait, not here. Okay, like that. Ad starts in 1 minute. Plan of action, operate the floodgates in the correct sequence. That is the plan. Can't get the required materials. Oh, treated planks. This workshop requires a lot of power. Like, so much power. This is a mess. An absolute mess. Isn't this pretty? Look at what we did. You write your daughter's ECA for an hour waiting outside for her to finish, and you wrote 1,689 words. How did you get past the swear filter with that? Did you know that most buildings can be powered through each other? Nope. Now I sure do. Now I sure do know. Spoilers. Yeah, probably the hyphen. Look at all this water. I'm not really sure what the plan to deal with the bad tide is, but my plan, my loose plan, would probably be to put a floodgate up here. Like probably right here. Clear this rubble. And when the bad tide happens, close the floodgate, divert the bad tide water this way, down this path. That's one half of the equation. The other half is over here, so we could build another floodgate here. It's almost like we were supposed to do this. Clear this rubble, and pass the second set of bad water off the map. It should just go right off the map. But we can't build all the way over there, right? The bad tide has started! And so has the ad break. I actually meant to snooze the ad break. It's here. It is here. So, close the floodgates. Close the floodgates. Open these floodgates, by the way. I almost forgot. Yeah, just open these. Actually, not yet. Yeah, just do it. Just open the floodgate. The water level's not rising on this side. Just pump a bunch of water down here. It's creeping in. It's getting closer. And closer. Alright, now close it. And that, chat, is all we got. We got enough water to flood the whole place. That was a bit too much. I do say so myself. It's a fine line. Okay? It's a fine line. But at least the bad water is staying out of here, and we have all this fresh water in reserve. We should probably consider putting a water pump down here for our well-being. Alright, there it goes. We are no longer flooded. No good selected ×2. Yeah, just pause. Just pause. I can't pause these. They're just gonna tell me that they have no good selected. Hi, P-Slack! Hello, P-Slack. Thanks for the raid. What's up? Hi, Irish John Games. Hello, hello. Raiders, hi there. Welcome in. You were playing Rise of Piracy, which is a game that I don't know what is. I don't know what is. How was the stream today, P-Slack? Thanks for coming on over. We have been playing some Timberborn today for the last 4.5 hours. And I'm sure you might be like, Jess, it's been a 7-hour stream. Yeah, I, as a chatterbox, I chatted for 2.5 hours this morning. Longer, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Just chatting with chat. It's a new indie title. That's awesome. Hi there, Quantic Flux. Hello. Raiders, welcome in. Hi, hello, welcome in, everybody. Nice to have you all. Quantic Flux, thanks for coming over to say hi. How's Timberborn going? Well, all right. It's going okay. Look at this. I have got a barrier protecting me from the poo water. I think this says everything. The levees protecting my village. Thank you both, P-Slack and Quantic Flux, for raiding over. You came over nearly at the same time. P-Slack was playing Rise of Piracy. One developer and is along the lines of Sid Meier's Pirates. Interesting. And Quantic Flux was playing Bonnie Bear Saves Frog Time. I have no idea what that is either. Gotta have the barrier. Don't want to mess around with poo water. I'm very proud of my barrier. Very proud of it. Yeah, we've been experimenting with some engineering today. I had my first ever bad tide in Timberborn. Because the last time I played Timberborn before 1.0 was before bad tides were ever introduced. And our first one was not nearly as bad as it could have been, but we've been trying to incrementally, stepwise, solve this problem of dealing with the bad tides. So basically in Timberborn you have different seasons. You have the drought season, you have the bad tide season, and then like normal, regular old everything's fine season. And we've had, I think, 3 or 4 back-to-back bad tides. And so I have a temporary solution, which is basically to collect all the water into this valley or this plains area. And usually this is where I have aquatic farming going on, but right now it's bad tide collection, and then we just vent it out this side. And then it comes all out past my little barrier here. I think it works. You need to turn and burn. Thank you so much for reading over P-Slack. It's always great to see you. It came out yesterday. Very silly writing. A lot of big streamers as voice actors, really. They mostly did first takes. There's a lot of messed up lines, improv, and laughing. It's cute. That does seem cute. Yeah, the bad tide, it's just basically like sewage or something. And if your beavers are exposed to it, it will make them sick. They can't consume this water. It also kills your crops and things, so it's not good to have it come in contact with your colony. But there's only so much we can do right now. I have some ideas in place for ways to address this, but this is probably going to be a tomorrow thing. Because there is a limit on how far you can spread your beavers out from your district center, which is right here. There's a limit, which looks to be about right here. And all of my plans involve going over here and over here, so I think I'm going to make 2 new districts. And that's going to be a whole process. That's a tomorrow thing. Is this a world where humanity polluted the planet? Yes, and then humanity died, and then beavers evolved to be able to build and form their own civilization. So now beavers are in charge, and they literally have to deal with all the crap that humanity left behind. Literally. So it's all about controlling your water sources, your water demand, the flow, and I don't know my water terms. Hi, Elfie Bean. Whoa. Gosh. Raiders, hi. What's up, Elfie Bean? We just got 3 back-to-back raids. Hi, Elfie. Galactic, hello. Talame, long story, ovarian Trist. Hello. You know that name. I know that name too, Elfie. It's so good to see you. Hello, hello. What were you up to today? Alright, you all got me 3 for 3 games. I don't know what they are. What is Bubblegum Galaxy? Tell us all about Bubblegum Galaxy. That's 3 raids in a row, where I don't know any of the games. First P-Slack came over. Hi, Fire Witch. And then Quantic Flux. I know Quantic Flux, actually, from a shared Discord space. And it's really nice to literally cross the streams here on Twitch. And Elfie, it's always good to see you. Bubblegum Galaxy seems like it might be a cute game from the name. But hi everybody, welcome in. I'm Jess. We play a lot of variety here. Just whatever I feel like playing, basically. I have just been following my ADHD whims for the last... what is time? 6 or 7 months, I would say. Before that, we played a lot of strategy simulation and management games, but recently I've been branching out into a whole bunch of stuff. So I still love my strategy and my sim games and whatnot, but we've also been playing, oh gosh, all kinds of stuff. We started playing some Metroidvanias in the form of Hollow Knight and Silksong. What else have we played, chat? What are games? We were playing some Wildermyth recently with friends, Slay the Spire. Oh, we played some Roller Coaster Tycoon, like the original Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. We brought back marbles on stream somewhat recently. More Slay the Spire 2 win. Look, it's not my fault that 2 very good games came out at the same time, essentially. Slay the Spire and Timberborn. I do have a Slay the Spire 2 collab in the works. I won't tell you with who. I think you'll be very surprised. I think I'll be very surprised who's in the lineup for this Slay the Spire 2 collaboration. Also, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome, welcome. We do have anonymous follows, so you can feel free to follow and lurk away. Think Dwarf Romantic, but low poly pastel with a little office life hosting segment kind of deal. That does seem kind of cute. Okay, I gotta look all these games up. Okay, Bubblegum Galaxy. Aww. Oh, you didn't mention there were cats. That is cute. Similar to games you've played. Dwarf Romantic. And Mini Motorways. And ruin the surprise. Yeah, it had cats. And Quantic Flux was playing. I need a reminder. Bonnie Bear saves frog time. These do look like silly games. And then Peace Slack was playing another one I hadn't heard of. Rise of Piracy? There's a lot happening here. The trailer just a blend of action, adventure, and RTS. That sounds very stressful. I loved their previous games, Once Upon a Jester 2. For the Bonnie Bear devs. This bad tide is lasting a really long time. Like a very, very, very long time, chat. How much water do we have in backup? Not a lot! This is my reservoir! It's hardly anything! Bad tide, bad time. I need more reservoir. That was the idea here. Tomorrow we could also try branching out into dynamite. It's been a long stream. I don't have time to do any of this today. Or the brain space to do any of this today, but we could try getting some dynamite. We could wall this off and then blow it up and make a... This is very hard to see, but there's a big old pit here. Oh, this is the wrong button. These are my Z levels. There's a big pit here. It goes down even further than the than the Z levels go, I think. And so if we could close that off and keep it safe from the bad tide, then that could be a nice chunky reservoir to help protect us during drought and bad tide season. But first we have to close it off. And I think it's also out of range of our district. So like if we were to put a district... here or something, I don't know that we could reach all the way over here and reach all the way over here from one district. We might have to make 2 separate districts, or maybe even 3. We do have a huge reservoir in the farm area. Yeah, but it's currently a bad water reservoir. So Timberborn has different seasons. There's the drought season, there is the bad tide season, and then there's everything's fine season. And so right now we are just like in back-to-back-to-back bad water. I think I would prefer that over drought. No, I think the other way around. I prefer drought over bad tide or bad water. And I have 2 freshwater sources, this side and all the way over here, this side, that produce clean water until it's the bad tide season. So most of the time, this whole section through here and in here is filled with fresh water like we have here. So I do need to come up with a solution to manage this. Especially because I do have aquatic farming happening here. And I also have other farming happening here. And the bad tides kill my crops. Okay, so something else we could do. We could put a floodgate on this side. Like, this is just my thinking. We could put a floodgate here. Like that. I don't know that they can reach this, though. And then build a levee. And we could literally just split this. Like this. mean, first off, that's a lot of building. I don't know if this would work, but we could try and... I guess we'd also have to put, whoops, a levee here as well. Not a levee, a floodgate. Like so. Put the water in, and we would open this one when the bad tide clears to let fresh water in. And then when it's bad tide season, we could close this one to let the bad tide filter out into the river. That's one solution that I've just now thought of. You think stuff would flood over? It might flood over. Explosives are fun. I'm using achievements for it too. And thank you again, Elfie and Quantic Flux, and also P Slack for the raids tonight. My brain is kind of tired. My brain's kind of sleepy. I really appreciate you coming over to think of us. Thinking of us and coming over. Coming over first and then thinking of us. But I think the ultimate easiest thing... Can I just demolish this right now? No. Wouldn't it be so easy if I could just do that? Oh yeah, look, and there's another section we can demolish here. And then we could close this off and reroute the water through there. And avoid this stretch entirely, and also stop all of this from overflowing this area. But again, I don't really know how we get over here. We'd have to be able to build... I think we just need an entirely new district center. You were like, we want city building and sweet chill vibes. You know where we need to go. And I know who will probably also enjoy this game. It's a pretty good game. I played it a bunch. Back when it first came out into early access, like in 2021 and 2022. I had about 50 or 60 hours in it. And then I just kind of set it down and promised I would come back to it in 1.0. And I've kept my promise. You don't have to have a new district as long as there's a path. Really. I do remember in early access that was not the case. We had to have... There was a limit to how far they were willing to walk. Basically, this path range did eventually reach a limit to how far they were able to go. It was like shortly after it hit red. You just couldn't go any further than that without establishing a new district. They loosened the mechanic because people hated it. Okay, that's good, because I hated it. It may or may not have been a reason why I stopped playing. It was one of them. I didn't like trying to manage districts. But that's good to know. So then that does open up zip lines as a possibility. Suspension bridges. Zip lines are very expensive. Zipline station. Zipline pylon. Zipline beam. Double booped. You got the double booped, Dovahkiin? It's not mandatory. Okay, that's great. I'm really glad to hear that. So I theoretically could start working on this project now. But I also kind of want to save it for tomorrow. I'm pretty tired. I just want to see this bad tide through. Careful crossing suspension bridges. You might get suspended. I am kind of curious to see what this looks like. I'll love what they did with automation once I explore it. Protruding metal platforms. I'm gonna guess for suspension bridges we need metal. We are nowhere close to be able to afford zip lines. We are not there. Alright, speed this up. We still have 2 days of bad tide left. And streamers getting tired. And I know we just had all these friends come over too. How dare. How dare I get tired. I gotta save some energy for tomorrow. My throat is actually very unhappy with me. My nose had finally cleared up though. Mostly. I've been having terrible allergies. I recently moved and it's just kicked up a bunch of dust. In so many ways. Just so much. It's exclamation sniff. But I should probably make it an alias. My allergies have been so bad that for multiple nights in a row, like 3 nights in a row, I smell it. I have had to basically create nose tampons and shove them up my nose. Okay, I'm making an alias for that one. Alias made. Schneef. Schnoff. Schnorf. Like taking tissues or toilet paper and folding it up, rolling it up, and sticking it up my nostrils so that my nose would stop running and I could go to sleep. Last night, I only had to put a nose tampon in one nostril. But yeah, it's been rough. Not your favorite, but it gets the job done. I've spent the last 3 nights being quite the mouth breather, so my throat is really like sore today. I've had to have all kinds of tea and even cough drops. I had to break out the cough drops today because of my itchy throat. Only use that tactic for bloody noses. It's like having a bloody nose, but with snot instead of blood. Survived 10 cycles on 1 map. The bad tide has ended. 3x speed for the win. Alright, so the music changes. I don't really enjoy the music during drought or bad tide. But look, the fresh water is coming down the pipes. It's gonna start pushing out all this icky bad tide water, which we are shooting out the sides here. Just get it on out of here. Ding! Yeah, I got an achievement for surviving 10 cycles. We're almost out of water! Release the reserve water! That was all we had. That was it. So now we kind of need to wait for this to clear out. Hard to see at night. I think this is still icky through here. Oh, and especially now more than ever, we definitely don't want... Oh, a bunch of my beavers just died. Look at... I had 6 beavers wake up and die today. Wait, you can't wake up and die. I mean, I guess you can wake up and die. Maybe they died overnight, you know, like they died in their sleep. Because they died of old age. Maybe we found them today. I don't think this water's going anywhere. It is slowly draining. What a beautiful morning! Perk dead. I don't know. I don't know what we do here. Do we just let this water out? Or do we wait? Nothing is going to get done until we have water power again. We gotta get the water wheels turning. This is like blowing the water table's nose. Oh, and another reason why we could really benefit from building some dams here and having the ability to redirect the bad water. So we should probably remove these barriers, build floodgates here, and also here. And during bad time season, automation. So when bad tides happen, I think there's a detection for that. You can detect the weather and maybe contamination. Somehow, we can have one floodgate closed and this one open. So basically, is bad tide? If yes, close this one, open this one. And same thing on this side. If bad tide, yes, close this floodgate that doesn't exist, open this one, and redirect the bad tide waters elsewhere. This one looks like it will go down into this pit and eventually off the map. If there's enough bad tide water, it will eventually make its way off the map. Through here. This side, if we were to clear this blockage, it will go down through here and eventually reconnect with this, which we have blocked off, and bypass our main water supply. So then we will essentially have a permanent water supply in this area that does not get contaminated with bad water. I think we have to just let it out. And this is slightly problematic. I think we just gotta... We gotta purge it. Now I'm thinking with floodgates. Now, you too can think with floodgates. We're purging. Yeah, this is tricky. This little section here collects a lot of bad water, and then look at it! Look what it does! It just slowly dribbles into my main water supply. So I think step one might be to close this off. It honestly might be okay. We got bad water over here too. Once you mix enough of the bad water with the regular water, it doesn't completely hurt your beavers. You find it very hard to think in general right now. Me too, because I'm kind of tired. I'm thirsty. I should drink some water. My throat hurts. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, and I still need to get 6,320 steps before midnight in 4 hours. And I probably need to go to the store. And also I need to walk my dogs. And also I need to do some exercise. Oh, before midnight! I'm streaming too late! Talking about tired, you need to head to bed. Thanks for the stream. Have a good sleep, Alistair! Thanks for being here today. Good news to you. Are you streaming tomorrow? Alright, what do you say, chat? Like, I forgot that we named this colony Limbercorn. Day 2. Well, today, technically, but yeah. My tomorrow, your today. Then I hope you get some good sleep, and I hope you have a good stream today, tomorrow. And chat, I'm gonna have to see you all, not today, tomorrow, but tomorrow, because we're on late today. We're on soups late, and I got a lot to do tonight. First off, okay, wait, I missed something in my lineup of things to do. I have got to walk my dogs, get 6,000 something steps, probably go to the store, make dinner, get some exercise separately from my steps, and watch BSG. Can't forget about BSG. How am I supposed to accomplish all this tonight? It's so late. I'm thinking that something's probably gonna have to not happen tonight. Which task should I cut? You're gonna be Timberborning tomorrow? Me too. Yeah, we're gonna play more Timberborn tomorrow. I'm really trying to not pop my chat into OBS. Please stop doing that. Good luck. Thanks, Flame. Thanks, JSOG. Thanks, Doji. Who's walking who, though? Is Jess walking the doggos or the doggos walking Jess? Depends on who I'm walking. If I'm walking Emmy, it's Emmy walking me. If it's Kuma, Kuma's just along for the ride. We walk each other. Pretty sure steps count towards exercise. I mean, like, strength exercise. Oh, thanks for being here, George, and thanks, Fenxy. I really appreciate the raise today. Thank you, everybody, for coming over. Elfie, Bean, and Quantic Flux, and P-Slack. Mayor Emmy rated earlier today as well, and thank you all for your resubs. Thank you for the gift subs. Flamethrower and Commander Rudd with the gift subs. Also, the bits today. I really appreciate it, everybody. My leaderboard is totally borked. First place is nobody with 200 bits. Fourth place is nobody with 100 bits. So I don't know. I don't know why I think I need to update OBS. I think that's my problem. So thank you for all the support today. Thanks for lurking, thanks for chatting, thanks for being the awesome humans and chatters that you are. I need to find which we can figure out where to go today. I forgot! Going Medieval launched today! Oh heck! There's another one! Going Medieval! Launched into 1.0 today!
Oh no!
Oh, I forgot! How could I forget? Oh heck. Why are all these devs picking the same month to release their games? Nobody in the... Oh, there's someone else playing Timberborn. I was gonna say there's no one else on my follow list playing Timberborn, but no, there's one more person. You forgot what that game even is. Okay, it is so different now than it used to be, George. It used to be... like... 3D RimWorld, but it's a very different game now. Yes, more Timberborn. You know where we're going, right? We're gonna go see Salford Sal. How did I post that twice? Amazing. I didn't even mean to do that. Yeah, that game. That was just like 3D RimWorld. And then... I haven't played it. I have 19 hours in it. We haven't played it in a long time. And it has been developed. I haven't played it since 2021. June 3rd, 2021. I haven't played it in 5 years-ish. Ish. It's like an entirely different game. Yes, alright, we are gonna go say hi to Salford Sal, who is also playing some Timberborn today. Sal is really sweet, also very chill. Very, very, very chill vibes over there. I think you will enjoy it over in her stream. She's also been very slowly refurbishing slash remodeling slash rehabilitating an old Scottish cottage. The Scottish cottage. And it's coming to life. I think she is, judging from what's on the screen, I'm fairly certain that she is discussing the latest addition to the Scottish cottage. You like rehabilitating? Yeah, it was I'm just failing at the keyboard right now. A completely dilapidated, unlivable Scottish cottage. And they bought it, and for the last year, 2 or 3, have been slowly bringing it back to life. And it's really cool to see. Chat, make sure you do the socials thing. Hop in the Discord. That's the big one. You can subscribe to live alerts and channel news so you'll know what is happening, what is ongoing when I go live next, like tomorrow. We're streaming tomorrow. Hopefully at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And right now, we're gonna go right over to say hi to Sal, who I think is currently doing a photo tour at the Scottish cottage. The Scottage. Salford. Sal. And chat, I will see you tomorrow, yes, with more Timberborn. Most likely, unless going medieval piques my interest over Timberborn, but I don't know, I'm pretty into Timberborn right now. I will see you all tomorrow. Be well. Thank you for all your support today, because you are amazing, absolutely wonderful. Have a good time zone, everybody. Goodbye!